got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Rosinya uli di sombranzelten meg e zu te saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo imemu a nogi distancia gumugupugi palu zanima man malak guafi ikonuna sugi airi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanny bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa giluk tanu man libri sentamiti man ko badi that feeling? Made you oh so glad. Have you ever had that feeling? The memory of our land. So here we go now, here we go. Here among the music, here we go now. Feel the flow. Yinene mastakilu, hina soku. Yinene mastakalu, corazón. Ten imas figu, nani nasinyahu, fresin my sadu. Para protehi, ten defendi. Hinengi, cultura, lenguaje. Airi, hano. Zanitano tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Zanitano tamoru, yes, yes, yes. Ire shaku, la 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 la. Did I to get into stop that? 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 Esti who what been my ihilo Zani Biblia Ibandera Ibandera Mohan yes 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 Ibandera Mohan yeah. Mastakilu, hina soku, kinini mastakalu, corazón hu, ten imas figu, nani nasinyahu, fresin my satu, para by protehi, ten defendi, hinengi, cultura, lenguaje.
All right, let's go. Good. Muller, you ready? Yep. Okay, now you're ready. Good morning, Guam. Ha, cha, hulu, waibu the bugu. Viva Lunes. It's Monday, 6:20. Good morning, Sabrina.
Hey, good morning.
My name is Chris. This is The Link on the Breeze 93.9. On this last day of August. How did we get to what? It is tomorrow, September. Yeah, I was just talking to myself. It's September tomorrow, guys.
Do you remember? No, that's the 21st.
6:21. Hey, the show is proudly brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Cabo Enterprises, and IT&E. Of course, it is The Link, and we got a jam-packed show, as always, for you. We're going to talk to some... this is a crazy story. It's a father and a daughter who both caught COVID and are recovered now. We'll talk to them and get them to share their story as more proof that this virus hits all generations. We'll also break bread this morning with Ray Tapasnia, the Gura director, Nick Lee of the Guam Environmental Protection Agency, Lillian Posadas, Guam Memorial Hospital administrator. And then we'll also talk with a bunch of your senators as they passed a budget. Well,
No, they're going to go.
They're going to vote
right.
right at 9:30 tonight.
Tonight?
Is it? I think so. Yeah. I hope so. Well,
It's not this morning.
no, because we got them coming on, and they were like, "Oh, we don't have to work till 9:30 tomorrow night." So
Oh, that's cool.
we'll have Senator Sabina Perez, Senator Tello Taidegui, also put in the ask to Senator Amanda Shelton, and Peggy Denny from My Recycle will be chiming in, as there was some interesting things that happened with the revolving recycling fund over the weekend that, well, we'll get to it when we get to it. Also, Senator Therese Terlahi, the Legislative Health Chair. We also asked Senator Joe St. Augustine, but, maybe if you guys know Senator Joe, put in a word for us, because, Lana, I don't know where my messages are going, but we did put in the ask, so we'll see. It's 6:22. Good morning on you, Monday. Let's go ahead and get into news now from the KUAM News team with our first look at news this morning. On the link, it's The Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Mazzanani.
Hafaday, good morning, everyone. As of the latest numbers released from the Joint Information Center, which was Saturday, Guam's COVID case count is 1,347 confirmed cases. More than half of those are active cases, or 849, while 488 people are in recovery. There have been 10 deaths. As of Saturday's JIC report, there were 36 people hospitalized at the Guam Memorial Hospital, with 4 of them in ICU. Guam's testing positivity rate for the past 7 days is 9.7%. The Mayor's Council has announced that Asan Maina Mayor Frankie Salas is tested positive for COVID-19. Mayor Salas is now in self-quarantine and his office has been temporarily closed. Staff members are also under self-quarantine while public health conducts contact tracing. Another 911 emergency medical dispatcher testing positive for COVID-19, according to the JIC report. To prevent further contamination, the 911 center, along with GFD personnel, are again relocating to the Guam Fire Department headquarters in Hagåtña. Personnel from the Guam Police Department Tactical Communications Center will again relocate to the Dededo Precinct Command. This is the second time a dispatcher has tested positive. Meanwhile, on Friday, the Port Authority of Guam identified a 5th employee positive with COVID-19. General Manager Rory Respicio says the port contact tracing team immediately began working on this latest case and identified 77 port employees who were in immediate close contact. Employees have been notified and they will all be tested. In total, the port contact tracing team has been able to identify 283 cases of close contact exposure with the 5 port employees and is coordinated testing for all exposures. Meanwhile, the COVID hospitalization rate is looking worse than earlier projected. Nestor Lecanto has more as Governor's Physicians Advisory Group spokesperson Dr. Felix Cabrera brings us a closer look at the numbers.
This is the chart Dr. Cabrera points to. It tracks the projected peak. This is the chart Dr. Cabrera points to. It tracks the projected peak of COVID hospitalizations, which typically occurs 10 to 15 days after people are ordered to stay home or when the mobility rate drops below 80%. What worries him is that the chart shows us trending above what they first thought was a plausible worst-case scenario.
Basically, we're targeting hopefully no later than Friday, the 4th of September to be the peak for hospitalizations, and it's hard to say where in the curve it may end up. The rest of the trajectory may start following the green, but right now all signs are saying that it's going to be following the red line. And so, of course, this is a major concern, and contingencies are continuing to be made to take care of the patients without compromising, standard of care as much as possible.
And if the hospitalization trajectory does track along the red line, that spells big problems, not only for facility capacity, but also the nurse and medical staff needed to run them. Cabrera says they've made the request with the feds to bring in medical personnel to help, but don't know yet when the cavalry will arrive.
Unfortunately, we don't have a set date, and it takes about 14 days. The reality is that when they do come, it's a commitment for about 30 days. And regardless of where we are in this curve, even if we start on a downward trend, which we pray we do, that our current staff they definitely need respite, and that this staffing will help provide that as well.
The request has to go through FEMA first, and they would arrange for the military medical personnel. He says they spoke again just today with a regional office.
they definitely understand the urgency here. They are quite concerned for Guam. They're seeing this, that our rate of increased cases is similar to Navajo Nation, and that's been widely known of how dire things have gone there.
The Navajo Nation he refers to, according to national media reports, it has a population of about 173,000 and more than 4,000 cases, the highest per capita rate in the country. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
To help free up much-needed space at the Guam Memorial Hospital, Chair of the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Hoa Nguyen, confirms they are eyeing the use of the Guam Surgery Center to put non-COVID patients to make room at GMH. As reported, GMH has had to open up 5 COVID care units. We've also been repeatedly following up on the SIF, or COVID Isolation Facility. GMH has been unable to open the unit at the SNU in Barragán Heights for months because of issues with procurement of chillers. In regional news, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, has obligated $11 million for personal protective equipment for CNMI first responders and medical workers, medical supplies, and test kits for the ongoing response to the pandemic. CNMI Governor Ralph Torres says protecting the Marianas from COVID-19 required unprecedented efforts, and a top priority in our efforts includes protecting our first responders and medical workers with the proper PPE, making sure our hospital was prepared for mass hospitalization of patients, and test kits for surveillance at our airport and in our community to identify COVID-19 cases before they spread in our community. He adds FEMA projected that we would hit 8,500 cases in June if protective measures were not put in place. We are grateful for our partnership with all our federal partners for assisting us in protecting our people. Defense Secretary Mark Esper had some supportive words from Japan and a strong warning for China in his meeting Saturday at Andersen Air Force Base with Japanese Defense Minister Taro Kono. In his opening remarks at the high-level bilateral meeting, Secretary Esper says the enduring relationship between the United States and Japan, rooted in our shared values and interests, has been vital to the security of our nations, and our alliance is the cornerstone of the international rules-based order. Despite the challenge of a global pandemic and the efforts of some to undermine the long-standing rules and norms, we remain dedicated to preserving a free and open Indo-Pacific region, working with our allies and partners such as Japan. Esper said he just toured Camp Bloss, the site of the new Marine Corps base in Guam, where 5,000 troops from Okinawa will be transferred, and he thanked the government of Japan for its contribution to the buildup and support for the U.S. realignment initiatives. Now, before meeting with Kono, Esper met with Governor Lulian Guerrero at Joint Region Marianas headquarters on Nimitz Hill. In a news release, the governor said she discussed the need for a public health laboratory to serve Guam and neighboring islands, and asked about the return of excess federal land to build a modern medical complex. She also asked the secretary's support to bring in skilled labor from the Philippines for construction projects both on and off base, saying it all benefits both civilian and military communities. In national news, President Trump visited the hardest-hit parts of Louisiana and Texas over the weekend in the aftermath of Hurricane Laura. Michael George reports.
President Trump touched down in Lake Charles, Louisiana Saturday, 2 days after Hurricane Laura ravaged coastal parts of the state and neighboring Texas. The president walked through a neighborhood to survey the immense damage Laura left behind. He visited a local food and water distribution center and then headed to a nearby firehouse for a briefing.
Our hearts go out to the families who have lost loved ones.
Hundreds of thousands in the region remain without power or water.
FEMA has delivered 2.6 million liters of water and 1.4 million meals, and that's a lot of meals.
The Category 4 storm's 150-mile-an-hour winds and heavy rain toppled trees and damaged buildings as far north as central Arkansas.
We have some serious catastrophic damage that took place because of this storm.
Now residents are trying to assess and make sense of their losses.
This used to be in the back of the house. This is probably not going to be home anymore. I don't know whether we'll be able to rebuild it.
Later in the day, the president visited Orange, Texas, one of the hardest hit parts of the state. After touring an emergency operations facility, President Trump was asked about the suspected link between superstorms like Laura and climate change.
You've had tremendous storms in Texas for many decades and for many centuries, and that's the way it is. We handle them as they come.
So far, more than a dozen deaths related to Laura have been confirmed. Michael George, CBS News. Michael George, CBS News.
Back to news here on Guam. A man is dead after his car ran off the roadway and crashed Friday at around 5:45 p.m. GPD's Highway Patrol Division was activated to Talon Tinatsitsut by Aga Boulevard in Dededo. According to a press release, both the operator and passenger were transported to Guam Regional Medical City for treatment and care. The male operator was later pronounced dead by attending physicians. This case is ongoing as traffic investigators have yet to determine the cause of the crash. Now, that marked the second fatal crash. Earlier Friday morning, a crash claimed the life of a 65-year-old man at around 5 a.m. Officers from the Central Precinct Command responded to a car that ran off the roadway along Route 8 by Paterno Street in Maitsi. The male driver was transported to Naval Hospital, Guam, and was later pronounced deceased by attending physicians. GPD's Highway Patrol was activated and the case again is under investigation. The Guam Police Department's Criminal Investigation Division and Internal Affairs are investigating another officer-involved shooting. According to GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapau, early this morning, officers from the Dededo precinct pursued a vehicle that failed to stop after vehicle's plates didn't match. The pursuit ended on a dirt road and the suspect allegedly reversed the car toward officers as officers discharged their firearms. The suspect sustained wounds and was taken to the hospital for treatment. The officers involved have been placed on administrative leave. And that is your news.
All right, let's go over to the KUAM News Zoom room where we have from the National Weather Service, Landon and Ilet. Are we doing that or are we going to take a break? Okay, good. We'll go over there. Hey, Landon, good morning.
Good morning, Landon.
Good morning. How are y'all doing today?
We're doing pretty good. What are we looking at here? A glorious sunrise.
Beautiful.
Well, that's our fantastic sunrise coming up over one of the airport hangars. We're looking through our side yard over here, and I wanted to point this out to you. I would actually run down here, but I don't want to slip on camera because it's pretty steep. But on Thursday, during the Great Guam Flood of August 27th, this whole area was full of water. All the water rushing off the tarmac at the airport, coming through the canal right over there, all flowing into our property. This is about 7 or 8 feet deep right here. And you can see the watermark right along the edge.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, usually we would go swimming in here as like kind of a rite of passage, but there was just too much lightning going on. And I know my mom has nagged me all through my life. Watch out for the lightning.
You'll put your eye out with that
thing. The clouds are all black and it's dangerous. Say again?
He's just joking.
Yeah, go ahead, Landon.
Yeah, she would say, "Oh, the clouds are black. It's going to be a bad storm." But you know, after years of working with weather and stuff, lightning is one thing I don't take for granted. So we have to be careful. But all that water was flooding across here. Even our volleyball court was probably in about a foot and a half of water. But yeah, enough to the field trip. We're going to go back into the building and look what's going on right now. As you can see, it's a beautiful morning, a beautiful sunrise, just a few clouds, but nothing too bad. Now we're coming back into the office right now. Just a reminder, make sure you're weather ready. Make sure you have the latest on weather readiness and awareness. And now we're going to go into my office behind closed doors. And here we go. So what are we looking at for the weather? It's really not that bad. Looking at our automated surface observations, it's a few clouds. Looking at the Doppler radar, beautiful morning again. You already knew that. But once we zoom out, there's a little bit of action to our southeast. And that's going to be coming our way later today. These are moderate to heavy showers and thunderstorms, not quite the deluge that we had on Thursday afternoon, evening that's going to be causing us the problems. These will be coming probably around midday, early afternoon. They're going to push right through, so that's a good thing. These things aren't going to be sitting in or standing in place. They're just going to be pushing right on through. I'm going to change views. This is our 1 hour precipitation accumulation. So this is how much rainfall's falling in an hour. And we're seeing rates of about an inch per hour. So really not that bad. On Thursday, we were looking at 4 to 6 inches per hour. And that's what accumulated. A lot of our problems are flash flooding across central and southern Guam on Thursday. That's what overwhelmed the creeks, the rivers, and the streets, especially southern Guam, where they saw upwards of 9 inches of rain through the afternoon hours. We're going to come to our satellite picture and get a little bit wider perspective. So right now, the Guam and CNMI, we're in a dry slot. It's been beautiful overnight, the driest and clearest air we've had in several days. But all this stuff is going to be creeping in from the southeast later today. And when we zoom farther out, you see that thing over there to our northwest. That is our 10th tropical cyclone of the year. We're still behind schedule as far as averages, but this is our 10th storm of the year. That is Typhoon Maysak, and that's moving north, generally towards Okinawa. So no threat for us, but that could give us some conditions in the next 12 to 48 hours. And what conditions are those? Those would be seas and surf. So I know Chris likes to talk about surf conditions for those people, especially on the West Reefs. Well, surf's going to be up this week. So, and the good news is it's going to be a nice clean surf because we're not dealing with a lot of the wind over there, but we're going to have some of these larger swell from the broader circulation of that typhoon make their way over to the Mariana Islands, arriving tonight and through the next couple of days. Surf could become hazardous. That's 9 feet along west facing reefs. So hazardous surf is a possibility. Right now, it looks like we're going to stay just below hazardous levels, around 6 to 8 feet. But there will be a moderate risk of rip currents, and that could become a high risk of rip currents. That's going to be the big threat other than showers and thunderstorms tonight. And we're going to come over to the satellite-derived wind speeds. These are satellite winds measured from overhead, our polar orbiters. And these wind barbs, those are showing about 10 to 15 knots of wind across Palau, Yap, Guam, and the CNMI. But there's our Typhoon Maysak, much stronger winds over there to our west. So those strong winds will stay away from us and not a threat for us. So the weather forecast for today, not bad this morning, but those showers and thunderstorms are going to be coming in later this afternoon, probably around midday, right around lunch, and then after into the afternoon hours. Showers and thunderstorms. Again, not the deluge that we saw on Thursday that caused a lot of problems for your afternoon, evening commute. But we're going to see that weather come through. We're going to see scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms probably for the next 24, 36 hours, and then a drier last half of the week. So Wednesday through Friday, drier, and then isolated showers and thunderstorms return for the weekend.
Okay.
Darn it. It was the weather was so nice yesterday.
It's a beautiful morning. Just a few spotty showers, and that was really about it. So not a bad start to the day. It's Monday, so it could be worse.
By the way, you have somebody here on Facebook, Don Kimball. He says, hi from South Carolina. He's truly a great weatherman. Is he your friend?
Yeah, my aunt and uncle down there. That's my uncle Don and my aunt Jeanette. They're watching, and my mom in Jacksonville, Florida, Madonna and Richard DeBella.
Oh,
okay. So they're watching. They're supposed to be watching from Guam, but they have excuses for not coming to visit us over here. But,
True.
All right. Say?
Well, thank you, Landon.
I know Gulf Guam will put them up in the Deuce of Tiny for 14 days if that's enticing to my family.
Right. Only the Deuce right now. Thanks, Landon.
Hey, y'all have a great day.
Yeah,
you
all
too.
right. Yep.
Take care.
There you go. Sorry, guys. It's going to rain this weekend. That's all I heard.
Rain a little bit later today.
Yeah, not much of an optimist. That's all I heard. Was that it's going to pour this weekend.
Even more reason to stay home.
Right. You should be staying home anyway. 6:40.
But he was on it last week. Remember when we brought him on last week Monday, and he said Thursday we're going to be seeing some.
How?
Thursday we're going to.
Yeah, you're making him smile right now because you're validating him.
No, and sure enough, Thursday came, and it was, what did he say? A deluge.
A deluge, yeah.
Deluge?
So that was pretty cool.
How you pronounce it? Deluge?
That's how he said it. That was cool. He showed the video outside the parking lot because, they know when it's flooded in it because that thing goes, it's just funny. It's ironic, though, that the Weather Service building would be a flood zone. Isn't that kind of... anyway, maybe it's just me. It is what it is. 6:41. We'll take a break. Hey, our number is 637-0094. We call it the hot link. We can do some open phones, and we'll go on with a lady who wants to tell the story of her niece who was in Well, it's a quarantine story, so it's coming up next at 6:41. Good morning, Guam. It's the link on the Breeze 93.9 Viva Lunes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
I would ask the people that we come together, that we help build each other up, that we offer our service and our time, that we start looking at opportunities to build relationships within our home, that we move together as a community, that we are all willing to do what it takes to protect one another. It's about investing in our people, to putting them first before myself, before my thoughts, to fighting for their cause.
I'm Selena Nelson, and I approve this message.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continued to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
Half a day. My name is Kathleen Fernandez, and I'm a registered nurse at the Department of Public Health and Social Services. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommends wearing cloth face coverings in public settings. Don't let your guard down. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Hey, good morning.
It's time to get on the bus and go downtown. Wake up now.
Wake up now. 56 Hope, downtown. One of my favorite local bands, like ever. It's the link on the Breeze 93.9, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, the Cabo Enterprises, and IT&E. Let's go to the phones. 637-0094. Anonymous on line 1. Miss Anonymous, good morning.
Good morning. I was anticipating to call, but I have to say something. My niece was staying at the Bayview Hotel for about good 2 weeks. And, I happened to bring her some food. Random hours, okay? From their 7 to 9, random hours to drop off. From the random hours.
Are you saying, ma'am, 7 to 9 p.m. or 7 to 9 a.m.?
Sorry, 7 to 9 p.m. is a drop-off to drop the food.
Okay.
Whatever you need to drop off. So I dropped off the first time. I said, okay. And then I noticed the National Guard wasn't wearing their masks. So I waited, and then I waited for it. And then the guard in front of me let me sign in and said, oh, ma'am, he was sweet and everything. And I said, excuse me. I said, I have a question. Because why is the guard behind you not wearing the mask? He said, oh, ma'am, I'll let him know. I said, okay. This young boy is just making us sweet. Must be his friend. So I said, okay. And then I said, yeah, I said, excuse me, why are you not wearing the mask? And then he said, ma'am, because, I said, and then his mask, guess where his mask was? Like maybe about a mile away from him. So I knew that, okay, they got to be doing something. It's not the gas, it's the guard. So what happened is I called their supervisor. They didn't give me a number. So what I did is I called the recruiting. I said, I explained my situation. Then the person that called me up. He didn't block his number. He called me. He introduced himself and all that. It was fixed. The next day I dropped off lunch, dinner, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. It was fixed. And then the same thing, same scenario again. Not the same person, same scenario again. I said, this is my golly gee. Instead of her being negative, she'll be positive by the time she gets out of here. So then the third time I came there, I said, okay, I'm going to go. I came there like maybe about 9 p.m. now. It was just randomly. I didn't guess what time I'd come. And then, my golly gee, more worse. The National Guard didn't have his uniform on. He didn't have his mask on. He was passing by. I said, oh, this is really... And then they made it more smarter. They put the clipboard and the cable outside the door. So I don't wear glasses, so I can see half a mile what you're doing. So, and then I said, excuse me, what time do you guys usually give the dinner? They said, dinner to the people that are inside the quarantine. They said, when it's here. I said, I can see through the glass door. It's already there, the meal. So how long has the dinner meal has been sitting there? I said, maybe you don't care because none of your loved ones stayed there, but I care. I said, well, you have those 3 guards sitting down there. Why can't you make them useful and make them, give it out to them? It's almost 9 o'clock. So then what happened? And the supervisor guard, National Guard, was very sweet. He was very nice. I said, this can't be happening. I said, she's staying here already almost a week. I'm having a panic attack. So what happened is the ding-dong, I'm going to call them ding-dong. The ding-dong, and one of the National Guard inside, called the GPD, and then passing by, we're talking, passing by was the housekeeper. She wasn't wearing a mask. She was coming out from the quarantine. She wasn't wearing, she was carrying a big basket, big load with 2 other coworkers. She was passing by and said, excuse me, ma'am. I said, how come you don't have masks? Oh, ma'am, I threw it away. And then passed by, then the next thing, and the supervisor in National Guard was right next to her. We're talking like, very calmly, very civil, everything. Because she was talking to me very civil. And then Mary Jane, the supervisor, their housekeeping, because she had a name tag for Bayview, and said, excuse me, ma'am, why is your worker doesn't have, I could tell she's supervisor because she's supervisor. She said, why is it your worker doesn't have a mask? Oh, no, she forgot it. Which one you're lying? She lied. She just told me she threw it. I don't know which one.
Okay, ma'am. So basically you're saying that nobody at the quarantine facility at the Bayview is wearing masks?
They randomly wear masks. You know why? I know why they don't wear masks. They just want this to extend. I'm thinking that this is the game. This is the game, how it works. They want this to extend because it's federally funded. They just want this to extend. Of course, the guests can't come out, right? Guests can't come out. Employees are doing it, so it doesn't matter. So you know what the GPD told me? Came up to us, right? I said, ma'am, is there a problem? And I said, excuse me? And she really was very hostile. She goes, I heard you were harassing them. I said, wasn't harassing them. It's about the mask. I guess, several times I called them, because, ma'am, some people, they get compliance, they ease up. You're in the highest quarantine. How can you say that? Because she goes, and you know what, the last thing she told me, she goes, ma'am, how many more days you going to be seeing your niece here? I said, excuse me? She goes, how many more days you going to be coming here? I said, if I can take her out now, I didn't want to talk like that because it's no. I said, maybe I disturbed her from her sleep or something. That's why she was acting like that, because she looked like she just woke up or something. She said, ma'am, they're trying to do their job. You know what? You're in the highest point. You're in the highest place where you're telling me this. So I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to budge. So just, ma'am, can't you just make your complaint tomorrow? So the supervisor, National, isn't he the supervisor? So we stepped away because, you're making a scene. So I was like, okay, my golly gee. Even the law enforcement saying, it's okay. It's okay to sometimes forget to wear your mask. And number 2, okay, this is the big catcher. Number 2, now you really got me heated, Chris. Reminiscing everything.
Let's get the big catcher.
Yeah, the big catcher. I have to take a big deep breath. When I'm picking up some food, right? food drive for the food drive. Picking up those apples and all those oranges.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the GPDs are not even wearing their masks. I swear to you, even the people that, I thank you for giving me free food. Some of them are not wearing masks. I was like surprised. I said, you know what?
Yeah.
This is not. You know what? I praise Zoo for lockdown, but the lockdown, you're telling me you're giving 1 week extend. You should extend it. Just give us the truth. You're gonna extend it till it really low goes down. Number 3, my brother. He's a charge nurse in GMH. He's got the COVID-19 just a couple of days ago, Friday. Now.
Whoa, let's back up. So your brother is a triage nurse at the Guam Memorial Hospital?
Yes, he's a charge nurse in GMH Hospital. He just got it on Friday. He got COVID-19. He had the shivers and everything. And my sister-in-law, she works at GMH too, but she doesn't work with the COVID-19. And now she's got the COVID. She's got the. You know what they did? They sent him home. The first thing I asked him, I said, "Are you getting workman's comp for this? Are you guys? I don't know." I said, "They don't talk to you anything about this?" How, and he doesn't have another home. He doesn't have 3 homes to go home. He has 2 kids, 5 and 8. No one's gonna take care of them. So now both of them are taking care of them while they still have the COVID-19. How do you treat people like that? How do you treat frontliners like that? I don't understand. I'm so confused. I'm really I was thinking God is not in my side, because now you meet my youngest brother works at GMH as a charge nurse, and my sister-in-law. Now they both have it, but they don't want to bring anybody to take care of the kids. So for eventually, I'm praying that they don't have it. But of course, I'm thinking maybe this is why, because I keep on complaining. That's why I'm suffering. That's why we're all suffering.
I'm sorry. So when did they test positive? Yesterday?
He tested positive Friday. I believe Friday. Friday because he was shivering. He's the only one that works, because both of them work at GMH. It has to be one of them has to take care of the COVID-19. It can't be both, because if they get sick, who's going to take care of the kids? Now, this is the catcher. Both of them are sick. So now nobody's taking care of the kids. Because, and these are special kids. These are not, I'm going to call them special kids, but they're my life. And they're, so what do you do in like this? How does the government help? Government, they don't even, he said, oh, it's all confidential. They can't say. You don't even check on my brother. So you're telling me what's going to happen to kids if they go to the hospital? Of course, their mom and dad can't see them because they're positive. What's going to happen to them? Am I going to plan to see them in the newspaper? And then, it's going to shut down. God's going to shut down everything. Even the construction. You tell me, honestly, the construction is really wearing masks?
Ma'am, you believe they caught COVID
yes.
at GMH?
Yes, guaranteed, because he only goes from home from work. Yes, he got tested the same day he was working. Tested, and he was positive. And then my sister-in-law went back Saturday morning to GMH, and she got positive too. The control section nurse instructed her what to do, and I was so mad because I knew it. I haven't been seeing them ever since this thing day 1 started. I was worried for my brother because but he had no choice. He needs a job, and now that this happened, what price does he pay to get this? I'm not mad at the people. I'm mad at how they do it to them. I'm not trying to hear. I don't want to hear no praise or we thank you for doing your duty. I don't want to hear anything like that. What happened to the other nurse? I don't want to hear anything like that. That's the last thing I want to hear. But you can't do that. You can't say that to anybody. Mm-hmm. This is not fair. Shut down everything. God damn. I don't understand. You shut down everything like a peak or like a typhoon. You shut it down. People are whining. Business is whining. Oh, we're so bored. Oh, they need to, God damn, are you serious with me? Maybe my husband said, maybe you're getting too paranoid. You're reading too much news. I'm not. I'm really serious. If I see somebody out in the supermarket, what's wrong with the first thing I say, what's wrong with you? You don't know what's going on for 7 months? You need to step away. I say this straight out. I'm so edgy every night. Now I'm so hateful.
You're not alone, ma'am.
With everything. My brother's suffering in the bed. They only have one bath. They have 2 bathrooms. But imagine him walking to the other bathroom.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, my sister is sick right now. I only text her now because I can hear her voice. You know, what kind of GMH takes care of the frontliners like that? I don't understand. I know you're overwhelmed, but no, they don't even know because all it's confidential. So they don't have a plan B. If you get sick COVID-19, you don't have workman's comp. They don't do anything.
We'll ask. We have Lillian coming on after 9, ma'am. So we'll ask Lillian Posadas.
Yeah, you know what? I don't understand. You know, it's like my brother scratching his head. I just don't speak too much. I go, no. So I'm gonna wait until you die, and then that's that.
No,
the
don't say
government says, thank you for your patriot. Thank you for your front line. That's the time I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna wait like that. I'm not gonna wait. I'm wondering. No wonder why this National Guard is prolonging this thing. Not wearing masks, sometimes wearing masks, whatever it is, because they want the federal to please them.
Right, ma'am. What's your message to the governor this morning? Because I know they're listening.
Down,
Go ahead.
Please, who cares if everybody hates you or never mind. That's gonna pass. You know what? It's gonna pass. Just shut down everything, every single thing. I'm pleading you. These locals that are whining, these rallies that are whining, get them, arrest them for what they're doing. There's no freedom here. You know, it just really wake me up. When I called you, Chris, this morning, I told you, I think I got the wrong number. And you said, are you sure? And I was anticipating to call because I don't know if my brother's in line. You know, I don't know if he's going to jinx me. You know, I don't know. You know, there's so much things. But when you asked me that, I said, yes, and I hung up. I did it sweetly.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Then when I called back within a few minutes, and I said, maybe I'm going to be lucky. Maybe this will help.
Yeah.
Ma'am,
But you know
so
what?
you don't believe that the stay home order and the PCOR 1 is strong enough?
No, it's, you know what, Sabrina and Chris, I applaud you for it, but you know what? You need to shut down everything. I mean, I know people are hurting and all that money and all that. Shut it down. You gotta have mercy. You know, these people that are whining, they're not using their head. And then number 5. You know, one day before PCOR 1, my neighbor across was having a party. They blocked all the cars so I won't see because I have security cameras. How can you block when I can see the bouncer? You know, I can see the bouncer. And you know, I called you and said, Mom, it's not yet PCOR 1. We can't do anything. My God, and these were like 20, 30 years old. They always have party. Now they're hiding. I'm thinking, I told my husband, I think they have the virus. They're not coming out. Because you know, you need to be, I'm very observant. I'm very, 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 very observant. Now I'm very paranoid. Now I'm very hateful. I'm very resentful because now I got the message. I called my brother. I said, I'm okay. And then I found out from last night. I was texting because I text my sister but because I don't want to talk to her because her voice is bad. I said, how's the boys? They're okay. I said, I don't want to say they're going to get it. I know. In my heart. And I said, how's my brother? He goes, loss of appetite. The next, how can she know if he's not short of breath and not breathing and that room that he stays in has no signal? What if he has a heart attack? What's going to happen to him? Who's going to save him? Nobody. Nobody can save my brother. And they're going to tell me this. Have mercy. I don't care. I don't care anything. It's got to stop. I can't sleep. I'm always texting my brother, but he's not responding. But I always text Mr. Not that strong. I know. You know, it's just, they don't have 5 minutes to go to if they have COVID-19. How come you don't send them to the hotel if they have it? I said, take care of their employees. That's what they do with my husband. If their employees have, they send them to the hotel. They send them to the hotel.
Yeah, ma'am. You know, the policy, ma'am, is if you have COVID-19 and your house doesn't have a room with a bathroom in it, or your house is not suitable for you to adequately isolate yourself in it, you're supposed to be able to go to the government isolation facility, right, Bree?
They don't do
Yes.
that. They don't do
It's
my brother. And
an
I
option.
gave her the name. I was crying, and I said her name. I know I did, but it's okay. Well, I'm thinking about my nephews. You know, I'm not waiting. You do this, you make me hatred more. You make me hatred more.
Just pray, ma'am. Take the hate out of your heart and just pray, okay? And let it out, all right?
The pray doesn't work because if it works, then you tell these people, you tell the governor, please, Governor Lou, never mind people hate you. Just lock it down, lock down everything. I know your business and you own so many business, I understand. But lock down. to have the COVID-19, you're going to be extended one more week. Tell us the truth. It's going to be 90 more days. Tell us the goddamn truth. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to us. Don't make these people go crazy.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, we're going to give you the number for the crisis hotline, Bree, and anybody out there who's going through anything at all. I mean, do you have it? It's 647-8833.
Yes, I know the crisis hotline number, and they told me the same thing. You know, they told me to call this, you know, and I called, and I called, and I called. But this time, I know I'm on air.
Yes.
And this time, I'm asking, I'm pleading. I don't know what. I don't want to be like those people rallying. I don't need to do that because it doesn't help. What I need is for everyone to hear that it's got to stop. If you say peak or one, I don't want to use a foul language because it's not going to work. It doesn't work that way. And I don't want to be. You got to shut down everything. You have mercy, you know. Have mercy on the other people, you know. I don't see them taking care of my brother and my sister-in-law. You know, what happens to my nephews that are special kids? What's going to happen to them? Not, you know, I don't care about the headaches. I only care is when I hear that he lost an appetite. What's next after loss of appetite? What's next? I know he's not a very healthy person. He always doesn't like to eat when he's at work. You know, he's very stubborn. I know him ever since he was small. You know, he doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke. But his appetite, I know his appetite, but not like this. So my point of view is, if you're gonna shut it down, shut it down. So we don't have this anymore. You know, how is it gonna control? Nothing's gonna control like this. Mm-hmm. It's just gonna, it's just gonna shut down. GPD don't really help me. They said same thing. You know. The last I remember that GPD scratched my head. She made me feel like I'm stupid. She goes, "How many more days are you gonna come here?" I said, "Excuse me." She goes, "How many more days are you gonna come and visit your niece?" What kind of GPD talks like that? And says that sometimes we get complacent with the mask. You know, this is the fifth time. Even the fifth time now sometimes. No one that the guests cannot catch them because, you know, they're stuck in their room. Only the National Guard can make the law. I think that's what it is because there's no video camera. Only National Guard and Bayview employees can make the law. Like Mary Jane, the housekeeper that's there, can make the law.
Thank you, ma'am.
You know, so I have to say the name because there was a name tag there, and I was very, I felt like I was trying to help, but it doesn't matter if you help. You just have to shut your mouth and go with the flow. If you don't go with the flow, we might give your niece a hard time. That's the way I feel it.
Right.
But lucky thing she got out because I was pushing shove. Lucky thing she got. I didn't want to scare her because, you know, the incidents. I didn't want to scare her because she's very sweet. You know, I know she'll freak out. So the day that she got out, the day that she was negative, the day that I had to finish, she was going to be out. I stayed in the parking lot for 2 days.
So she's no longer at the Bayview.
No, she's no longer in the
Okay,
Bayview.
yeah, because all the
That's why I made-
quarantine facilities have been consolidated into the Doucet.
Yes, she is no longer in the Bayview. That's why I made I'm speaking out now. But I'm pretty sure I'm very popular. I'm very popular with the National Guard that was in the Bayview area. I was very popular. I know because every time I come, they can see me from the glass window coming in because there's only one way coming in. They're already standing up. If you have nothing to hide, and you know, if you have nothing, you shouldn't be scared. You know, and one of them was very, very civil and everything, and he understood, and he understood that. Never mind me. What about your family? You know, what about the kids and everything? Blah blah blah. All that etc. Okay, all that good stuff. Okay, we understand that. But I went to the deeper issue, and I thought about this. Why is it prolonging this? Now I get it. Now I understand. They need a job. If someone gets it, it's okay. They need a job. So now I'm getting two and two. But what I don't get is when my brother got it. That's the one I don't get. How? You know, he only goes from home to work. She's been like that ever since she's been working there more than 10 years.
Ma'am, we're going to ask these questions for you, okay? So keep listening, and when we get the right people on the phone, we're going to try and get the right answers. And, you know, I'm so glad that you were able to share your story with us. I feel like you had a lot on your chest, and I'm glad you're able to share with us, man.
You know, when you said, I'm so sorry to stop you, but when you said crisis hotline, and, you know, I was crying because I'm happy to say it. But when you told me crisis, I already called that number. And the ladies were very sweet and all that. They gave me the number. They said they're going to email the public health and all that and all the good stuff. And I'm pretty sure they did. I waited for the right time to say it. You know, and all that. I did everything that you think. I memorized that 311 by heart. 311, one, what's one? I remember from one. I memorize everything.
She knows it by heart.
I
So you're a frequent caller. They're probably like, oh, it's that lady again. It's Mrs. Bayview.
And yes, and then number two, even my husband, when he comes here now to the home, I have to take his thermometer check every hour. He goes, oh my God, are you serious? Yeah, we don't eat the same time. We don't eat the same time. We don't shower the same time. I sleep in the room and he sleeps in the room. I'm very paranoid. I'm very conscious.
I think this is a good time to be paranoid and cautious, ma'am. Of all the times, this is a good one. Ma'am, I appreciate your time. We got to go though, okay?
Thank you for calling.
God bless you, Chris.
God bless you.
God bless you, Sabrina. Thank you for being open-minded and and letting the people speak out. And
of course.
You're not editing this. You're not doing anything. Just
definitely
answer.
not. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Prayers to your brother and your sister-in-law.
And
yes, God.
Everybody at the Bayview, wear your mask, okay?
Yeah, they need to wear their mask.
Especially at the quarantine. I would think of all the places on Guam where they would definitely be wearing the mask. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
Well, from what I understand, all the quarantine facilities are now consolidated. Oh, my goodness.
Go ahead.
Consolidated over at the Outrigger Hotel. And I want to say that Bayview, if it's Garden Court or one of them, has been converted into another isolation facility because Days Inn is full.
Yeah. So we'll get more on that. At 7:08, we got to take a break. It's the Link on the Breeze, 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
We're celebrating your special day every day with Cold Stone Creamery. Register your loved one for the Cold Stone Creamery birthday.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
I would ask the people that we come together, that we help build each other up, that we offer our service and our time, that we start looking at opportunities to build relationships within our home, that we move together as a community, that we are all willing to do what it takes to protect one another. It's about investing in our people, to putting them first before myself, before my thoughts, to fighting for their cause.
I'm Selena Nelson, and I approve this message.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast, with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Half a day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglonia, Medical Director for Public Health. We all play a role in slowing the spread of COVID-19. We must continue to stay strong and practice everyday preventive actions to keep our island safe. Maintain a distance of 6 feet between yourself and others. Wear cloth face coverings in public settings. Wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not readily available, use alcohol-based hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Clean and disinfect frequently used surfaces. Avoid touching your face. Stay home if you're sick. Let's protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
When the world feels stuck at home, there are people who would love nothing more than to have a home. Disasters don't stop during a pandemic. Together, we continue to give help and hope to those in need. Help now at redcross.org.
Boys, Bonito na Lugar. On the link, it's The Breeze 93.9, proudly brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Cabo Enterprises, and IT&E 715. Coming up, we're going to bring the Guam Congress Hall right here onto the link in a little bit with just a bunch of senators to talk. Well, first, we're going to start off with this revolving recycling fund and $500,000 appropriation that was made to G3. It kind of rubbed some senators the wrong way, so we'll find out about that. We also got, Bree, this is pretty interesting, a father-daughter COVID recovery interview.
Yes, I spoke with an old friend of mine, Willie Brennan. Some of you may know him. He is with, retired Guam Police Department. He had contracted COVID from his daughter, who, Sharti. And so, he reached out to me. He wanted to talk about and share their story and hopefully, let everybody know how serious this is and wake people up. Take this seriously. It can affect you, it can affect your entire family. And he's coming out to spread awareness. And I'm thankful that he reached out and is going to share his story with everybody. So it's something that, everyone should hear.
and we're getting those calls now where we had Big Tone call and wanted to come out, and because he's in that younger age group, he was like, can I just come on and tell my story? So I think it's cool that people who have struggled with COVID are now coming out, and they all seem to be saying the same thing.
Yeah.
No one is saying, hey, Chris, can I go on you guys' show and do an interview about how COVID was a hoax and it was no big deal? Nobody's saying that. Literally
and
nobody.
Speaking of Tone, he actually reached out Saturday, I want to say, Saturday, because he went and got tested again, and it was positive.
Right.
So
there you go. So we had him on, and remember, he had got tested August 15th, and then he didn't get his results until, I want to say 10 days later, 9-10 days later, if you go and check the story. And the result he got was negative because he believed that he was exposed the day, or not even, I think the same day, but after he was tested.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't like in the infectious period.
Right, yeah, that's the thing with the testing. It's like you could have COVID, like I could get it from Jason, and then I go get tested tomorrow, and I'm going to be negative because there's not enough of the COVID cooties in you to trigger the test, for lack of a better term. I'm not a doctor. Yeah.
Thank goodness, COVID cooties.
Yeah,
that's the basic way of
looks like the
explaining
cooties
it,
are in
though.
you. Something.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? The way our community has kind of evolved.
Yes, here, Jace.
All right.
Okay, I'm
We
saying,
gotta get him a microphone.
Yeah, like the way our community has evolved throughout this whole pandemic, it really seems is you're seeing, as you said, Bree, people are starting to come forward, and especially the younger generation, they're like, hey, everybody, I tested positive. I don't want this on anybody else. I'm sharing my story so that you don't have to go through what I go through. And like you said, Chris, it's not the thing about, oh, it's a hoax, and the story isn't, oh, I got over it, I'm 100% cool now, it was no big deal.
Right.
They were like, I don't want you to have to go through this. Because remember, 5-6 months ago, the narrative seemed to be, I'm afraid to say that I think I might have been infected by someone. I don't want to get tested because I'm afraid I'm going to be separated from my family.
Right.
And then all of a sudden now we've got, everybody wants to get tested, and everybody is getting tested.
Yeah, everybody wants to get tested, but there's no mass testing.
Yeah. But in the beginning, it was like, I'm afraid to see my status because I'm afraid that the community is maybe going to treat me like a leper or something like that. But,
Right.
But now it's like, if you have it, the officials can't say it because of HIPAA regulations, and they can't disclose that information. But there's a lot of people coming forward and just saying, hey, our Adriana Cotero said, I tested positive. It doesn't make me a bad person, but it happened. Here's how I'm feeling. I don't want anybody to go through this. And she did her own contact tracing and reached out to people she knew. So
Right. So the stigma is the walls have come down, and
we are taking care of each other.
Yeah. Go on.
No, that was period.
Oh, I thought it was we are taking care of each other. ...
Yeah.
Just tell us a little bit, Jay. Just tell us a little bit about your story, if you could, because I know your mom is elderly.
Yes.
And so how has this just living in this pandemic affected everything that you do with your mom?
Okay. That is my number one concern is the health and safety and the well-being of my mom. When my dad got really, really sick, when his diabetes and his hypertension, really kicked into high gear several years ago, I moved back home so that I could help take care of him. A year later, he passed away, and I stayed with my mom because I was like, my sister's in the States, so I'm going to take care of you. And now it's been, I take the information that the doctors give us, to heart. I'm not critical of them. I'm not a skeptic. And I just say, hey, if Dr. Ho Nguyen says you got to wear masks at your house, I was like, okay. It better to be safe than sorry, right? So we completely are absolutely segregated in our house. I'm way in the back room. If I come out, I'm already wearing a mask. Throughout the pandemic, not like I had like a rockin' social life anyway, but I don't do anything except, go to the gas station and go to the grocery store when I need to. And it's a shift for me because, I like being out. I like to exercise out, at the Jigo Fitness Trail. I haven't been there in a half year. And yeah, it's painful. It's a lifestyle shift, but these things we have to get done because and this is hard for me to say.
You all right, Jay?
No, because I and in the beginning of the pandemic, I would not want to think of if anything happened to my mom. And that's that thought that gives me the motivation and the strength to keep doing, what I'm doing, sitting in my own house, completely look like I'm in hazmat mode and everything like that, and not going out and doing stuff. It's a minor inconvenience to make sure that our loved ones are okay.
So what do you think of these don't wear a mask people? The anti-maskers.
I'm going to evoke, okay, but I live my life through the lens of motion pictures, as you know. I mean, I love quoting movies, and I'm just going to say, that line from Bambi with the little skunk, and he said, if you haven't got anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So
dropping Bambi knowledge.
Yeah, but it's I mean, if you can take a few steps to protect everybody, and that's the one thing is what we've now learned is that the more lockdowns we have, and the longer these lockdowns last, each one of them, they don't produce they produce negative outcomes in all aspects of life: mental health, physical health, economic, social, things like that. So the fundamental problem becomes, if you don't like the lockdowns, and nobody does, and it sucks, do what you got to do to reduce the length of the lockdowns and eliminate the lockdowns altogether. Everybody just suck it up. Mask up, glove up, man up, nut up. Do what you got to do.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no, Jay, I feel it. I feel you. And I wanted to get you on because I know you feel this way. And I saw you on you anchored over and you said, hey, go on, get your gloves. You were wearing your gloves.
But you said, and to be fair, you said that you've received WhatsApp messages or DMs or anything like that, and people were critical of me and like, why the hell is JC wearing a mask on the set and gloves when he's all by himself? It's like, because I don't want to potentially do something that might hurt my coworkers.
Yeah, it's just kind of courteous. I don't know, when did we become an island where you just have these voices that are amplified, and there are voices right now who are saying, oh, let the virus run its course. Who cares how many people die? People are going to die every day. That's kind of crazy to me that we're at that point where we have these people who are very vocal and very much the minority talking about, people can die anyway. They're all old anyway. Oh, they were all sick. I'll just let them die. Let it run its course.
I want to quote two things.
Nuts.
I want to quote two things that two guests of ours last Friday had to say. One of our physician guests actually said, in his estimation, the actions of about maybe 5,000 people have ruined the way of life for the other 155,000 of us who live on this island. Because they were going out, they weren't social distancing, they weren't wearing masks and everything like that.
Yeah,
that has yet to be definitively proved. But also our friend Katrina Storver, who had a beautiful segment, and she came on, she shared words. I was thinking about something, I really took it to heart, and she was like, how would our Manumko handle this situation? And I thought about my grandparents on both sides are no longer with us anymore, but especially my Chamorro grandparents. Remember how it was, Chris, when we were young and like on Holy Thursday and on Good Friday, when they said don't make noise, if you even made a peep upside the side of your head,
upside your head.
Katrina said, tang into the back of your knee, okay, and now we're back to this thing which we talked about. What have you been spanked with as a Chamorro kid? When an extension cord, whatever like that.
We only have 2 hours, Jay. I don't know if we can get into that. But I was spanked with.
Yeah, no, I thought about that too, and I was like, man, my grandparents would be, do not disrespect your neighbors.
Yeah, it's definitely something they would say. Thanks, Jay. We got a lot of comments here. Amen, Jason. That's so true. Amen to the Jason. John LG writes, suck it up, buttercups. Thea Baza writes, word. Kia Keeks, on point, Jason. So there you go, Jay. Good for you. Bria, I was at the gas station yesterday, and it's so weird how with that lady we who was on the show, and she was telling the governor, lock it down, lock everything down. I think what's crazy is just in doing essential travel yesterday and going around and gassing the car and talking to the people at the gas station, like the workers. They were saying, man, Chris, what do you think, though? It's like nobody's taking it serious. And I was like, well, are people gassing their car? Because you don't need gas if you're staying home. And I just thought it was really interesting that these 3 employees that I talked to had said that they favor more of a lockdown. And we had this whole conversation, and people were coming in the store, and it was weird because different people were coming in, and we kind of were all on the same page. Not in terms of let's lock it down like martial law, But we were talking about how there's such a mixed message from the government, Bree, where it's like, oh, we're going to lock everything down. We have to stay home because this virus is killing us. We have 100 cases, 100 cases, 100 cases. Okay, guys, go ahead and go to the beach. Banks, go ahead and open.
You can buy a car.
You can buy a car, go buy a house. Yeah, I mean, what's the message? And so we were talking, and they were like, that's why people don't take us serious, because we were told it's so serious. And then if it's really serious, why are all these places open? And I think Jason made a good point. You know, if we're going to lock it down under the assumption that we're locking down this virus, are we really locking it down? We just open everything up? I mean, you talk about the mobility, and they talked about, the mobility since Friday. There's a lot of people out here.
Yeah. Talk about hospitalizations.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. We ended the week with Dr. Doomsday and another projection where he's saying hospitalizations are going to continue to spike. And everyone at the hospital is saying the same thing. So I just think it's interesting that, on the same weekend we had these protests where, 10, 15 people show up. And going around, I'm talking to like 3 times that many people on the phone or the WhatsApp. And, honest, people are kind of hating on these protesters because it just seems, to a lot of people, insensitive. But there's got to be some kind of middle ground somewhere, right? You okay, Bree?
Yeah, I am. I'm just thinking about how...
No, please.
No,
please.
It's just upsetting when you continue to see these cases every day. Even though, like, we had 60, I think, over the weekend.
Right.
Some people may think, oh, well, it's only 60. No, it's 60. That's still a lot because the number of tests that were run, it may not be as high as it was, with like 1,000 that were being run. It's only because they were trying to catch up. And I don't have the number in front of me, but say it was 500, 600, and 60 of them were positive. That's a lot. That is a lot.
Yeah.
And people don't be fooled that just because, it's only 60, that, we're doing better. No, we're not.
60 out of 534.
Right. Yeah.
And before, when we were trying to catch up with the backlog, we were running like 1,000. So 60 plus 60 is 120, right?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. It's terrible.
Yeah.
The numbers are terrible.
Yeah.
And again, it goes back to everybody needs to stay home. These are current numbers. These aren't from 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
These are current.
Well,
yes,
talking again about us, doing things that would disrespect or one thing that we hold very dear as Chamorro people, like imposing, undue work and hardship on our neighbors and, like our family members and everything. Think of the strain you're putting on the healthcare workers. You've got officials from like different healthcare agencies saying, man, we are exhausted. We are like beat down, but we keep going on. We lost one of our own and we're hurting and we're grieving. And we had to meet very briefly and just say, okay, this is really, really, this is, unbelievably painful and everything like that. But we have to stay true and focus on the task at hand and the mission. I mean, that's incredible grief.
It is, and we need, and
we already know busting their ass for you guys out there.
And they've made the ask for the federal government to step in. We need help. We need people to come here. We need medical professionals because they're getting sick too.
Yeah. Lillian is meeting this morning with GDOE and trying to get the nurses from the Department of Education because, schools aren't opening. So they're trying to do what they can to just get more boots on the ground. And okay, it's 7:30.
She did mention that.
Yeah.
And just so somebody asked what's the current COVID case count? The current COVID case count is 1,347. But more than half of those cases are active cases. That means 849 out of that 1,347, they are fighting for their lives. They are trying to get better. They are sick.
Okay, we'll take a break at 7:30. We're back with more of The Link on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
I would ask the people that we come together, that we help build each other up, that we offer our service and our time, that we start looking at opportunities to build relationships within our home, that we move together as a community, that we are all willing to do what it takes to protect one another. It's about investing in our people, to putting them first before myself, before my thoughts, to fighting for their cause.
I'm Selena Nelson, and I approve this message.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continued to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
No, when I'm just reminiscing of that one whole night we were spent. No, but you pick me up every morning, and I just came through with a clock. And I never thought that a girl could love a man this much. No, I am overwhelmed and baby, I just can't thank you enough. Oh, and I'm wondering, oh, sweet darling, tell me what did I do to deserve you? Well, tell me what did I say to make your angel eyes turn my way?
Nice. Good morning.
Oh, if only I had the
Sweet
one
darling.
I
Good morning, Guam. Viva Lunes, 7:34. It's going to be looking a lot like the Guam legislature for the next little bit. We're going to start here with, let me just preface this. You guys already got their black belt in the Zoom. Joining us on the Zoom, we have Republican, the Minority Leader, Senator Tello Taitagui, and Democrat Senator Sabina Perez, who is the Environment Chair. And we wanted to bring you ladies on because there was a whole big thing that happened over the weekend with the revolving recycling fund. And this is something that you guys have characterized as a rating of the revolving recycling fund. And just looking at the background, what we're hearing is that there was $500,000 given to the G3 initiative group.
Guam Green Growth Initiative, is that right?
Right. And so this money was, I don't know what's the right word to use, appropriated out of the revolving recycling fund, which I guess it comes with its own set of rules and regulations and how you can use it. And so we'll just go ahead and bring you guys on. Senator Perez, we'll just give you the floor first. Now, this thing is passed through, and I guess just if you could, what were the big issues that you had with this $500,000 appropriation out of the revolving recycling fund?
Thank you, Chris, for that question. And first of all, good morning, Chris and Sabrina.
Good morning.
So yeah, really the big issue was that this appropriation was not vetted through the formal budget process. It was never part of the UOG budget, and in fact, G3 is a group created by executive order. And so, when we're talking about very precious dollars, or when we're talking about a tight budget, we really want to make sure that every dollar counts and every dollar is used wisely. And so this appropriation came out of the Recycling Revolving Fund. And as you know, this is a lockbox. As with every lockbox, they have very specific uses. And once you veer away from those uses, then you are violating what that lockbox is for. So by allowing this to happen, we're basically setting a dangerous precedent for future legislatures. All it takes is a vote of 8 to raid a lockbox, any lockbox that's out there, the Healthy Futures Fund, everything that all these lockboxes that were designed for an intended purpose is also potentially threatened. So that, to me, that was the big issue. The big issue is we are setting a dangerous precedent for future legislatures. And I want to add too that even previous legislatures, they recognize this fact. Even though they needed it for a certain cause, they waited for GCA to be amended. They waited for the laws to be amended. And for those that were watching the budget talks, there was even an extension by Guam EPA board for G3 to meet with them, and that offer was not taken up. So really, there was still opportunities to receive funds as long as they got the approval, the stamp of approval by the board. And so the way this money is administered, it's administered through the Guam EPA board and the Guam EPA administrator. And so the way these funds are populated into the fund, it comes from our registration fee. So $25 from your vehicle registration goes into this fund. And people, willingly, they put their money into this fund, knowing that this money is going to go towards cleaning up junk cars, taking care of the things that, we as an island see as a problem. And I believe it's been a problem for a long time. So, and it sets priorities. So it sets priorities where, this is the first priority, is the junk cars, the tires, the white goods, the batteries. All of this is the first priority. And that's what this fund is supposed to take care of. And after that priority is taken care of, then it moves down the list to plastics and cardboard and glass. And so these other things, the way this fund operates, it has specific rules. And so by removing the money without the oversight of the Guam EPA board, we are not assured or guaranteed that we are going to take care of these items in that priority. And not to say that G3 cannot help in that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they have a lot of expertise too as well. It's just that we are assuring the public that we're going to use their money very wisely, and according to the rules that we set out. And in fact, this very legislature just 10 months ago passed the rules and regulations. So this fund has been in existence for 16 years without rules and regs for most of its history. And it really set it up for a lot of potential raiding in the past by different agencies. Right. And now, we passed the rules and regs unanimously by this very body. And it was signed into law by the governor.
Right.
And so now we're saying that the rules and regs that we passed are not even good enough. And
Crazy.
I think that that's another issue. The other issue is, we're setting the wrong message to the public that, all it takes is 8 people to go against the rules that has been set forth. And I think, there's just, all around there's a lot of problems with this.
Were the rules and regulations, though, set up where the legislature can go in and move money around to go to other projects other than for what's being done with the mayors, with the collection of like dry goods and junk cars and things like that?
So your question is, can we?
Right, in the rules and regulations that were finally finalized, was in those rules and regulations, does it allow the legislature to go in and just move money around?
So So the difference is that with the mayors, there is a program in place.
Yeah.
There is a mayor's program. So there is, yeah, it was basically the rules were being followed in that case where we're not circumventing anything that the Guam EPA board does. In fact, Guam EPA
Right.
board.
And the Guam EPA board, well, at least the chair testified against this, right?
The chair testified against the G3,
Right.
but as far as where the
Right.
mayors are concerned,
Yeah.
they're willing to work with the mayors, and the mayors were willing to work with her.
Right.
And that's the difference.
The
difference is that
Before we go over to
what?
Senator Tello, I had Peggy Denny. She was going to come on. Unfortunately, she's not feeling well this morning. God, our prayers, Peggy. But I figure if there's anything with recycling, like I'm going to ask Peggy Denny. Okay, and so I'd asked her last night, do you think we can afford to give G3 $500,000 out of the funds that we go and we pay for? We give this to Government of Guam. Government of Guam says, hey, we're going to pick all the abandoned vehicles and the white goods, which, take a look around. We talk to mayors. Abandoned vehicles is the #1 crop on Guam. They just keep popping up everywhere, more than marijuana. So anyway, Peggy's response was, I'm really not in favor of that action. My understanding is no budget was presented, and I really think the funding should be restricted to dealing with all of our issues regarding recycling and waste diversion, which are significant.
Mm-hmm. Why wasn't this money included in the University of Guam's budget through the Center for Island Sustainability?
Senator Tello?
Well, actually, good morning first.
Yeah, good morning.
Kristen and Jason. Jason. I was listening to Jason earlier.
Yeah.
Sabrina. And I just want to say kudos to Jason for everything he's doing, even staying at home with his mom and keeping the mask on. It's making a great sacrifice for everybody, the whole family. Going to work and then going back home is really difficult. So we can, like you said, we can go on and talk about our lives right now, how it's changed. But moving forward, so the question was about UOG, and that was one of the biggest things that was brought up. We had Dr. Kreis on, and when he came to OFB, the question was asked, when he came to OFB, did he bring up the G3 initiative for the support of $500,000? And according to OFB, their response, and you can always go online if you don't believe me, it's easy, everything's recorded online, that it wasn't part of their budget. And then it was stated that Austin Shelton came into OFB, and so I don't know who he walked in the door with, but came to OFB and asked for this money. So no, it wasn't part of UOG. And believe me, we all support G3 and its initiative. In fact, the good Senator Sabina is a member of G3, the Guam Growth Initiative. It's not that we don't support it, but in a time like this, when we have 40,000 people, out of a job, and you're looking at all the other nonprofit organizations that we used to be able to fund, we're not funding this year.
Well, not all nonprofits have the brother of a senator leading them. And let's talk about that. So I understand that Senator Shelton was asked to recuse herself.
Yep. I asked, at least to address this issue, about the ethics on this, and basically Senator Shelton said real quick that, my brother's going to or Dr. Shelton, was going to answer that question, but the chairman just blew it off. He just blew me off.
Chairman,
but then again,
Senator St. Augustine? Is that who the?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Senator Joe St. Augustine just blew me off on it. But you mentioned Peggy Denny, and I wanted to go back to that. We had a public hearing on the zero waste bill authored by Senator Sabina Perez. And by the way, we kind of look like twins, don't we? A lot of people mistake us for each other. And I'm like, yeah, I'm Senator Perez. Nice to be her age.
Right.
Sorry if it's negative to you, Sabina, but
it just reminds me when we were first in the last election that people did mistake us, and I was wondering.
Right. Yeah.
But now it's like maybe it is a prophecy.
So what we do is we're both from Barragata Heights. In fact, we live on the same street about 5 houses down or something. So during Halloween, the two of us, we sit together and pass out candy together, and people get real confused. So it's kind of fun doing that.
They feel like they're looking at a Double Mint commercial.
Try to wear the same clothes, but it's unfortunate too. I don't know what's going to happen for Halloween.
I mean,
but anyway,
during
this
go ahead.
during this public hearing, I remember when Guam Solid Waste, and Peggy Denny is a board member of Guam Solid Waste as well, and it was alarming because even Guam Solid Waste is going under some issues, and that is funding, especially from this COVID. How are they going to be able to, their expenses are still there, their costs to build the new cell, all these issues that they're plaguing with. One of the things is that whoever gets a trash bin, they're asked if they would like a recycling bin as well. Mm-hmm. And I didn't realize that recycling bin was actually free to the customer. It's an extra, not an extra cost at all, but just free to the customer. So they've been providing this to homes all the time, and it's been there for years, and it's actually working and helping. But now there's a threat. There's a threat that because they're not meeting their mark, that they're going to have to make some cutbacks. And one of them might be this recycling bin, that they may have to stop it. To them, it costs them almost $600,000 a year to implement that, give that out for free. So that's very alarming. I mean, if anything, that's where we should be putting our money, for something like that. Can you imagine if that bin goes away from our residents? Where are they going to dump the canned goods, the cardboards, and all the other stuff that's going to be recycled? Right. We have to be smart about where we're spending this money. And for them to go in and raid it, it was ironic because every time we were talking about this, it was Regine Bisco-Lee that was saying that, you're going into G3 and raiding the 500,000. I'm like, what? No, you raided the revolving recycling fund into G3. It's obvious. You can see who supported the implementation of this 500,000. It's obvious. So we fought hard yesterday. 17 mayors provided, it was ironic too. Let me go to the mayors. We received letters from individuals supporting the G3, which we all agree, we all support, but supporting the 500,000. So I decided to call each of these individuals that sent me a letter in support. And I told them, did you realize that this 500,000 is coming from the revolving cycling fund? The 3 people that I called, none of them realized that. None of them. In fact, one person even rescinded the letter and sent another letter back. So things like that. And then, of course, Mayor Hoffman, Mayor Savares, they also sent in a letter in support of the money being transferred to G3.
Is there a breakdown on where this 500,000 is, what it's going to?
What did they say they were going to spend it on?
Nothing, no budget. And that's what Peggy said, which she made complete sense. There was no budget where this money is going. But here's the biggest thing that I brought up during the public hearing was that on July 23rd, and it's on YouTube, and again, you don't have to take my word for it. Go to YouTube, July 23rd, the Lieutenant Governor and Austin Shelton. The first 5 minutes of it, you can hear Austin Shelton, and I quoted him, and I told him, it said that you were successful in for G3, I think it's G3, the sustainability as well as the CFA was able to get over $500,000 this year, over $500,000, and I'm like, you already received over $500,000, and now you're going to go raid the revolving recycling fund for 500,000. You've received over $1 million now if you get this money.
Because I want to move on to the budget, senators, but let me just ask you on this last point in closing here. The release from Senator Regine Bisco-Lee is claiming this is a big win. I mean, she says this year's revolving recycling fund surplus and fiscal year 2021 allocation were enough to give more to the mayors, continue funding GIPA efforts, and fund the Guam Green Growth Initiative. that will take us beyond cleanups into a sustainable future with innovative and transformative work in the circular economy. So what would you say, just in closing, to those people who say, oh, if $500,000 from the revolving recycling fund, it's apples and apples. They're still going to, they might go to an environmental conference.
Well, Chris, I'd just like to have Sabina answer that one.
Yeah.
She's been a great advocate for it. She spoke very well yesterday on it and made so much sense. And I just want to give kudos to her fighting for this as hard as we all did, the 7
Right.
that voted against it. So please.
Senator, yeah. And then we'll move on to the budget, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the argument that just because there's money there that you can rate it, I think that falls flat. That argument falls flat. That's basically going against the tenets of good governance and really what the society is based upon. But the other thing to note is that we're not guaranteed the revenues. Although there's a projection of revenues, perhaps that doesn't tell us what the future collections may be. So it may be truly endangering the programs that are in place already, which is the cleanup of these goods that people are seeing in illegal dumps, and it reduces the funds that go to these priority initiatives.
Well,
and I think in regard,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so to me, that argument falls flat. And I think this also points to the success of the board. The board was very good at keeping the mayors accountable. So whenever there was an invoice in question, they always had to come back and resolve that issue. And so what that means is that they're really protecting the fund. They're not using the funds. They're using the funds very. There's a lot of accountability. It shows that there's accountability. And I think just because there's money there, that doesn't mean you can rate it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I think if it was such a priority, why wasn't it presented previously instead of knocking
Last
on a
minute.
door?
Was this like in the
trying
middle of
to
the
go
night?
have a meeting with OFB?
Was this like a middle of the night amendment kind of thing?
Yes, I didn't see it until the amended budget came out, and that was I believe on the weekend. It was maybe Saturday.
Well, I thought you guys are supposed to submit all your amendments in writing in advance, or was that just...
Oh, I'm sorry. This is when we never got a look at the budget before we started budget deliberations. And so when I looked through the budget, I saw that before we even started to deliberate.
Would something like this though go through
UOG
would be in the University of Guam's budget? Something like that?
It was it was never part of the UOG budget.
Right. But normally...
I'm sorry. That's what I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was never vetted. It never went through the formal budget process, so that we didn't know what this money was being spent for.
Okay. You can't really justify this as a win-win if you don't even know where the hell the money's going.
You had to give $500,000. How about like $50,000? I don't know, maybe $100,000. $500,000? Jay.
Yeah.
I agree with this push towards sustainability, but as long as we're justifying where the money's going.
And we got to sustainable all these white goods and all these abandoned vehicles out here that we're sustainably giving our money to, sustainably pick them up.
Anyway.
Yeah, so I want to add to the fact that there was an amendment that I pushed for, and this is when I won on. And basically, even though I was not successful in stopping the raid, I put in there that they still have to go to the board. So they have to go to the board just like the mayors go to the board. And it has to be approved by EPA. So they may not even get that amount of money, that half $500,000 may not come to fruition because the board has not approved their expenditure plan. So I was able to put back in there accountability.
Which was an excellent move on her part as well, and we barely got the votes on that. That one was 8-7. So it's obvious there was a push for this G3 initiative, but like I said, we all support, its intent, but at this point, like you said, Sabrina, right, we're giving money away for what? It's an open check, with no accountability or no budget to it.
All right, let's go to the budget, and we'll just start. We have here Senator Jim Moylan, obviously Republican, Health Chair Senator Teresa Terlahi. We'll go to start with you, Senator Terlahi. Takeaways from this budget, which I know you guys kind of wrapped up last night. And I saw the flurry of press releases. All the senators are putting out their press releases. I got this, and I got this, and I got that. Right?
Yes.
I was like, whoa, what's going on? Is there? Oh, they got okay. So go ahead, Senator Talahi.
Sure. Well, overall, I mean, there were some very historic things in this budget. First of all, it's cutting $66 million from FY20. That to me was an incredible feat. I've never seen that. And, it sounds a little bit impossible that these agencies are going to manage, but it's mandatory. So I commend OFB for sticking with that, but I still believe, to be honest, that the $66 million in cuts is still very optimistic. It's the revenues that they're projecting are still very optimistic. For example, the Tourist Attraction Fund, GVB tells us to expect 400,000 visitors. That would equate, according to GVB, to $13 million. But in this budget, they've estimated $18 million. They've also estimated, higher corporate income taxes, and I think they're very optimistic about corporate income taxes. And they're trying to convince us that that's because FY 2019 was so good, and they're paying so much in corporate income taxes that we're seeing right now because they're due in FY 20. That we should expect the same next year. But of course, with businesses closing since March, I just can't see the logic in that. So they're very much banking on federal funds to make the corporate income look good at the end of the year. And I just think that's very optimistic. But overall, the budget, there were many cuts all around, but I think the biggest cut that I'm concerned about, I'm not rejoicing in this budget, is because public health of all the agencies was cut in operations $13 million. And
what?
We were able to ensure that Medicaid and CHIP are going to be the match for that's fully funded, because we were able to move in lapses. I made an amendment to move over FY20 lapses, and that would make them up to par. Otherwise, they were short again, Medicaid even. But $13 million in operations for public health, to me, is like telling people, we're going to trust you to save our lives, save our economy, take care of us, but let me cut your legs off in the meantime.
Oh, let me cut your hand off too.
Yeah.
Senator, sorry, Senator, stand by, please. It's 7:58. We're KUAM FM in Agotnia, Guam. To our viewers on KUAM TV 8.
Yep.
Thank you so much for watching. We're continuing our interview with Republican Senators Jim Moylan. We have the Minority Leader, Senator Tello Taidagui, and Democrat Senators Sabina Perez and Therese Terlahi on the link, The Breeze 93.9 FM. That's on the radio. You can also catch us on our Edward R. Murrow award-winning social media networks of KUAM on the KUAM News Facebook page. TV8, está adios! And welcome back here. We're again KUAM FM. Hi. Bye. Hi.
Goodbye and hello.
Right. Okay, Senator Terlahi, you were saying, just pick up where you left off.
So I'm just saying that's how the budget came out, where public health was came out of, OFB with 13 million in operations less for public health. And so I tried in all kinds of ways to put some money into public health. And in the first thing I did was say, well, if BBMR is expecting or wants us to increase revenue projections from the corporate income taxes and the withholding tax by, I think, $7 million, then I made an amendment that said if we could receive $6 million of that, if they did receive it, then that would go to public health first. In other words, the governor wouldn't be able to spend it wherever she wanted. It would have to go to public health. Unfortunately, that amendment failed 7-8. And so we just tried to, move lapses. We tried to point to that we're tracking in the Healthy Futures Fund a little bit more for this year. It's the only fund that's tracking well. And so I tried to move that extra money over to public health. And that got divvied up between public health and the Cancer Trust Fund. And we are, so public health, I think, is still something that we're going to, now we have to rely on the governor to use her transfer authority to boost public health. But I just, I think the bigger picture here, it may be lost, right? It's like it was lost on us because we're relying on public health, and we are seeing the doctors. Your show highlights this. You know, people are really suffering the stress of this this response to COVID, the conditions that we are under because of COVID, the economy because of COVID, so many things, and we've got to keep the big picture in mind, and we have to shore these people up, not just with praise, but with, you know, real something substantive, so that they can take care of us. I mean, that's what blows my mind. Right. And so
I just don't see how we can cut $13 million from public health and give a $500,000 to this 3G thing without any sort of nothing. Well, yeah. Just like here's 500,000. There you go. And sorry, public health, we're just in the middle of a pandemic.
That's all.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. So yes, and public health, as you know, we're relying on them to do the inspections at restaurants. Yeah. They're so big, and they have so many duties. Yes, childcare.
Yeah.
Restaurants.
So you talked about the transfer authority, and we had this release out of Senator Moylan's office just minutes ago. Amendment to reduce transfer authority prevails. Senator Moylan proffered an amendment to the budget bill, which would reduce the governor's transfer authority from the 30% being proposed in the legislation down to 15%. The amendment successfully passed 8-7. Congratulations, Senator.
Yay. Yes.
How'd that happen?
I know. I was like, wait, did they did they know it was your amendment or what?
Right. I think the chairman also double questioned that too when the votes came in. It's like, what?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, hold on. But yes, and thank you to my colleagues. All of us here did vote for that. It's unprecedented that this budget included 30%. It's double of what we've ever seen before. Previously, there were even times when it was 10% or lower. But now, during this process, in putting together the budget, we understand during the presentation that BBMR even was trying to fight for a higher percentage. And as you can hear from my colleagues here, they were so much fighting for their committees, right? And it was a struggle to try to find all this money that we needed to help our committee, help the agencies survive. And now the budget wanted to include a 30% transfer authority. So that would have wasted basically our 2.5 weeks of fighting for this money, looking for the excess, trying to pull from here and other places. One of the committee chairs was even trying to pull it from her different agencies to put $500 here and $1,000 there, but just to help them survive, to buy paper and pay for their electrical bills. So we worked all this time, and then we were the budget included the double transfer authority up to 30%, which it adds up to millions and millions of dollars in the hands of the governor. Well, we won't restrict that, but we want to have the authority to oversee that, but it couldn't be done. So we fought and we got it back down to 15. So I'm happy for that, and that's why another reason we fought for that is because we have something called the CRER. And that's where the budget, if we follow it regularly, we can see where our shortfalls are, and we can adjust then. We had to relook at our priorities. And Senator Therese, in last budget, if we were to give the increase to 30%, there's no promise that the governor would have put it into these agencies that the legislature feels is important. And that's the legislature's duty. We set the budget requirements, right? And then the governor then executes. But as we saw in our last budget requirement in FY20, which we submitted, we put in $10 million to help the Guam Memorial Hospital, and nothing happened. And then we introduced another bill to try to get that money over to the hospital, and nothing happened again. So there's no way we were going to allow the 30% of transfer authority at this point. It was ridiculous. So we were able to successfully get that. It was an 8-7 vote, and I'm happy for that. So hooray.
All right. Senator Taitigui, the release out of your office, Taitigui's amendment protects legislature's appropriation authority.
Yes, this amendment actually is the first time I think in history that it's ever been in a budget bill, and it just removes any it just removes any anything surrounding the ability for the legislature not to appropriate any excess revenue. So that was the bigger question here, because like Senator Moylan mentioned about the 10 million that we had in the last budget bill, we said any excess revenue from FY19 shall go to the hospital, and we never saw that. So what this amendment did, which I was very happy, it was 9, I think we had 14 voting yes on this, including myself, and 1 voting no. I don't know why, but moving forward, this one will basically say, the governor, you do not have any right to any excess revenue in FY20, and as well as 2021. So unforeseen, unappropriated excess revenue. So the good, the light at the end of the tunnel here, I think, is we're hearing from the administration, we're even hearing from OFB that there may be some excess revenue in FY 2020. So that's good news. And this gives the legislature its organic authority and to appropriate that revenue, that excess revenue. So I've been fighting for this since January, trying to get a legal opinion, because our legal opinion says, no, the governor doesn't have the right to just take excess revenue unappropriated and spend it. And then we heard from the Attorney General, I've heard from the governor's office, and we're still fighting this. So this one just makes it, it makes it clear that no, you don't. The legislature has that right to do so. And I'm hoping there is some excess revenue so that we can make whole, especially places like the public health and even public safety that was cut.
Okay, Senator Sabina, in closing, I know environmental, rev and tax, those are your committees, procurement. Did those agencies that oversee those things get the money they need in this budget?
Well, yeah, that's what was the purpose of some of my amendments, was to make sure that we're funding them. Right now, as you know, in government, there's 46 agencies that the GSA oversees, and they only have 7 buyers to handle all the procurement in government of Guam. And that's not including autonomous agencies. And so, yes, that's what one of my amendment addressed. The other thing was hopefully a cost-saving measure for government in regards to planned procurement. And what that would do is would require the agencies to send in what they're going to procure at the start of the year, now that they know what their budget is. And so what GSA can do is they can consolidate orders and bulk purchase, which can bring in savings for the government in regards to lower cost as well as lower shipping costs. So that is my hope, that we're able to save money, and that money can go towards the operations and direct services that these agencies need. Mm-hmm. And this is one of the low-hanging fruit. If we're going to cut in government, let's cut in the expenses that are unnecessary.
What was the final number on this budget? We started off, I can't remember what we started off with from OFB, and then what did we cut it down to?
$1 billion or something?
Yeah,
that was the estimated.
No, 775 million.
Yeah.
Is it still 775 million?
Yes, thank goodness. That was one of the things that we all, I think at least several of us, the majority of us, agreed that we should not increase revenues whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. How confident are you guys that the governor is actually going to sign this? Because I was reading something from Friday that from the office of the governor, despite dozens of in-person, virtual, and telephonic meetings with the legislature's Office of Finance and Budget, unprecedented access to the AS400, and our fiscal discipline team, the budget as presently drafted will shortchange our debt payments, cripple public safety, and violate our commitment to public health in the middle of a pandemic. Instead of working with us to make evidence-based adjustments to the budget, its drafting staff refused to adjust revenues by even 0.5% to avoid this budget's most dangerous outcomes. We cannot meaningfully participate in a budget so far out of sync with the pressing needs of public services. I'm not sure if this is old, but I think we got this on Friday, and I guess
I think that was their explanation as to why they were not going to send OFB or DOA
BDMR
or
and DOA
down there to discuss with us. Yes, and that's unfortunate because we we want evidence-based just as much as they do. And withholding information is the opposite of wanting evidence-based budget. I also just wanted to point out, so there were some good things like these other senators have pointed out. I really think this budget, we worked very hard by floor amendment to increase transparency in almost every regard, regarding transfers, regarding excess, regarding prior year obligations, all those things that are so often hidden from all of the public and even from senators. And we were able to ensure the GMH's budget is actually about $1.4 million over the FY20 amount. There still was no CIP included, but I made an amendment also to carry over the 10 million to keep that pressure on. I still believe that could be done. So that 10 million from the XF 2019 revenues, and we found out that their revenues far exceeded what we even thought at the time. So there were other things that were very good. Well, not good. Of course, GVB went from a $22 million budget down to a $6 million budget. Kind of hard to even understand, but what they're counting on is that if they can bring in the tourists above what's predicted, that they're going to get 80% of the tourist attraction fund at that point.
So when this crosses the governor's desk, and because we're kind of got to end here, guys, what's the prediction, like Sabrina asked? Sign, veto? What are you hearing? I mean, you guys aren't the ones to ask because you're not in, you're kind of out, but I mean, what are you hearing?
You gotta talk to OFB. They're the ones who've been in private negotiations with them.
Oh, we asked them to come on. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I guess, Chris, you were silenced also by Adelup there. No reply, right? But I'm hoping the governor would understand that this body, the legislature, we put our whole heart into this. And we really worked hard, and it was a fight amongst all 15 of us, and we came to this final conclusion. So we did our best, and we're looking out for our agencies, and there's still a lot of shortfalls that we're going to have to be fighting for throughout this FY21 coming up here. So I'm just hoping for the best. I'm not going to say what she'll do, but I know what we did.
Wow, so it sounds like OFB and Adelup's budget people's optimism's rubbing off on you, Senator. It's contagious.
Just a point of information.
Right.
So
point of information.
Yeah, it's been ingrained in my brain. Yeah, so one of the things that OFB assured us is that they were going to fund warm bodies. So what that means is there were no furloughs, which is a good thing. I think the other thing, the point of information that I would like to add is that our budget was only $10 million off from the governor's budget. So I don't understand the source of where that information, that statement came from. I can't imagine 10 million causing that much, repercussions, as what's stated in the press release. And the fact is, we did cover debt service. We in fact, we had a lot of amendments were dealt with that. In the initial submission of at the amended budget, before we started to work on it, we had to. There was an assumption that there was going to be savings for JFK, for the refinance of JFK, and for the hot bonds, and so we had to go back and fix that. So we did do our hard work into making sure that the debt service was covered. So I don't know what the basis of the information for that press release.
And point of personal privilege, if
Aye, a day.
No, I mean, I think, the best thing is that we're conservative. If anything, the majority of this budget, we all agreed on, on certain things. But I think that the most important thing is that we're conservative, and that later on, as we go down the road, I mean, this is unprecedented times that we're going through right now. So I think we're just going to have to deal with this budget in a way where we go for 3 months and we reassess, and any excess revenue that there is, this legislature can appropriate to those agencies that were shortfall. And that's as simple as that. I mean, it's easy math.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Senator Perez, Senator Terlai, Senator Moylan. Let's do this again. It's way more productive than the session.
Thank you.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding, guys.
Thank you. Be safe.
Have a good
Thank
week.
you, everybody.
All right.
Good luck at your vote.
Yeah, good luck. Keep us posted. Bye. 8:16. We'll take a really quick break.
I hope nothing happens. You never know, right?
What do you mean?
Just during session, I hope that it's like,
Uneventful?
yeah.
Oh,
It's
I
at
don't.
9:30?
I want some stuff to happen. It gives us more to talk about.
No, I just pass it and we'll go.
Okay,
Move forward.
yeah,
But
there you go.
never know.
8:16. We're gonna take a really quick break, and we're coming back with a COVID recovery story for you guys here on the link. It's the Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning, Guam! 8:19. The link, the Breeze 93.9, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank, Cabo Enterprises, and IT&E. Coming up, Gura Director Ray Tapacio will kind of catch up on that Guma Tranquilidad testing that they did. Also, from the Guam Memorial Hospital, the administrator Lillian Posadas. And we'll catch up with our buddy CJ, who he normally does stuff for the Salvation Army. Mm-hmm. But did you see this, Bree?
Which?
This book. He wrote a COVID kids book.
No, you were telling me about it yesterday, but I hadn't had a chance to look at it.
Yeah, so we're going to get him to explain it. And it's neat. It's available for free download today and yesterday. So we'll get you the link when we get Mr. CJ on 8:20 now. We're going to go to our KUAM News Zoom room, Bree, where... we have standing by a very good friend of yours.
Right, we have Willie Brennan and his daughter Sharti. Thank you guys for joining us this morning. So Willie had reached out to me last week and he wanted to share his him and his daughter's recovery story. And so Willie, I'm just going to hand it over to you. If you could just take us from just the beginning on how this all started for you and your family.
Thank you very much, Bree. Thank you very much, Chris. Full disclosure, I just want to get it out there in front, but my wife is the director of Department of Youth Affairs in this administration, and at no point and at no time is this what we're going to talk about, my daughter and I, have anything to do with the administration, supportive of the administration in terms of campaign and politics. This is going to be a raw, real, if you will, testimony, if you will, commentary on what we went through. Mm-hmm. And how it affected us as a family. This has nothing to do with her and her work. This has everything to do with her as a wife and a mother. So I just wanted to get that out there.
Okay, no problem.
So my daughter and I asked her after we both had recovered, I asked her would she be willing to go on and do an awareness campaign, island-wide, media-wide, social media-wide, to get the message out there of what we went through. And she agreed. So I reached out to Sabrina. And so I'm going to let her go ahead and talk first and talk about her story, and then I'll come in afterwards. And this is my daughter, Sharti Brennan.
Morning,
Hi,
Sharti.
good morning. Thanks for having us. I just want to start. My dad and I feel responsible to share my story. To remind people how serious this is, especially coming from me. I'm part of the younger demographic, and it did affect our family in ways that was just we didn't expect. It was very unpredictable. So I tested positive on August 6th, and overall, it was a very terrifying experience. I didn't. My symptoms came a little bit later. They came. It was different every day. I started out with bad headaches and the loss of smell, the loss of taste, and then it got really bad when I started having my muscle and joint aches. Those are probably the worst. They were pretty unbearable. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sit. And then later, started to get worse because I have asthma, and it started to affect how I was breathing every day. And it was just very unpredictable. We didn't know how it was going to affect me. I know my parents were very scared because of my asthma, and I was scared too. But yeah, and then getting sick, that was really hard for me. Being by myself was really hard, but what was especially hard was being isolated in a room by myself. Only talking to my parents through text or phone. It was really difficult for us, especially during the night. We don't know how it could change, and there were some nights where I didn't feel good at all, and I just didn't really know what to do. But I know my body, so I got through the night. I had my asthma medication, and it obviously all worked out. And
How long were you sick?
Well, I was isolated for 18 days, but I think for the most part, I wasn't feeling too good for about 7 of those days. Those were probably 3 days were really hard for me. The body aches, the muscle aches, those were the worst, and the headaches, and just waking up at night and just having a hard time breathing, not knowing or just knowing it just wasn't right. My lungs were working a lot harder than they normally do. It was hard for me to catch my breath sometimes. But my dad and I, our symptoms were very mild. We don't want to diminish what others are going through, because it's very obvious that this affects, people, families differently. And, I just want to say our families, thoughts and prayers go out to everyone. Everyone needs the support. My dad and I were really lucky to have the support of my family and our close friends. They really helped us. My mom and my sister especially, they give us food and water and our vitamins every day. And, it was hard being in that room completely helpless. Also, the anxiety and the guilt I felt, not knowing the results of my family and my friends, and if I had given it to them, and then finding out that I gave it to my dad, took a toll on me. It really broke me. My dad he always takes care of me, and just getting him sick and seeing him sick, it was really tough for me and terrible. And I don't wish that experience on anyone.
You said you were in that demographic. I'm assuming you mean the 19 to 39 years old group that we've seen this peak in cases recently. Do you know how you got infected with a coronavirus? Can you share that?
No, I don't know. I don't think we can know just how, how common it is. Not common, but how much it has increased over the past couple of weeks. I feel like I could have got it from anyone, randomly. No, I don't know. I wasn't called that I was in contact with anyone. I chose to get tested because when I saw a company put up a letter that they had an employee test positive, and I had been there in the last weeks that they posted it. So I just decided to get tested with my family. But I don't think there's any way of knowing where I could have got it at this point.
But you were practicing all of the social distancing. You were wearing the mask and, washing your hands. You were doing all of that, and then just all of a sudden you tested positive.
I was, but I have to admit, in the beginning, the first lockdown, I was very cautious. I was very scared with my asthma. I was afraid to leave my house. But as things start to open back up, I admit I must have got a little too comfortable at some point. I guess there could have been anything. I could have touched something that it was just unlucky, I'm sure.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Well, I mean, you're not alone.
Right.
A lot of people got a little too comfortable just when you look at the numbers.
Right. Especially in your demo, and what we have heard public health and the doctors say is that the people in your demo are catching it and spreading it to other people. So it must have been devastating for you when you found out that you passed it on to your father.
Yeah. It was hard. Just, I never see my dad. I mean, I see my dad sick, but it's never because I give it to him. And that was terrifying, and, like everyone says, you don't really know how the virus can affect someone and how quickly it can change, especially overnight. So while I'm trying to get better and while I was trying to keep my spirits up in my room, of course, I'm worrying about my dad in the other room. I'm worrying how he's doing, but it's too late to call him. So, it was a terrible experience, and I just.
So Billy, how soon after, I guess, did you get sick after your daughter got sick, and how did you guys? I mean, if she was isolating, how did you get sick?
So what happened was when we all got tested, because she wanted to get tested, she was out places and she got news about that one place that sent out a letter, a public letter that someone in the restaurant tested positive. So out of support to all my family, my kids, my wife and I decided to be a part of the testing process. We wanted solidarity to show that we're all together supporting each other. So later that afternoon, the day we got tested, my daughter, maybe about 4 or 5 hours later, my daughter got the call. I was outside where I normally work outside in my shop on projects. And my daughter called and said, told my wife, she got the call. So my wife came out crying and hysterical, scared, told me she tested positive. So me, since I was outside, I wasn't wearing a mask. I'm in my safety bubble, if you will. I ran upstairs to my daughter's room and she was just sitting on the bed and in tears and so scared looking. So the father in me, the instinctive father in me, was only worrying about my daughter and to comfort her and letting her know we'll get through this. I went down and I hugged her and I just squeezed her real tight. I said, "Don't worry, we'll get through this. You're not gonna be alone. Mom and Dad are gonna be here. We'll help you. We'll be there for you." And 2 days later, I still tested negative. 2 days later is when I started and I got my first symptoms, which was Saturday the 8th. And it was back-to-back nights, the 8th and the 9th. I had mild fever and mild chills. The second night, on Sunday the 9th, I had a terrible, I'm a very, very physical person. You guys all know me, who I am. And I don't get bothered by aches and pains as much as other people. That's just my nature. This one pain in my right hip was totally the worst I've ever had in my life. It was like a broken bone in my body, and I couldn't sleep. So I knew already that it appeared that I was fighting the virus. And I went and I got tested on Tuesday, and I got the results on Wednesday that I was positive. So, everything changed from that moment. Everything changed in my life from that moment. The hardest thing is having your daughter. She was upstairs. My sister's house is vacant, so she has a master bedroom that's upstairs that she has her own private bath. And the hardest thing is going to sleep at night and not knowing if your daughter's gonna wake up the next morning feeling worse, feeling better. You can hope that she feels better. So every morning we would call. My wife would be in another part of the house that she's completely quarantined from us. We all had different bathrooms. So we're very, very worried. And to go through every night to go through every evening of not knowing what the morning is going to take. Nobody, I wish nobody to go and deal with this emotional roller coaster that we had as a family. Me waking up in the morning, first thing on my mind at 3 in the morning is, I hope she's doing better. I didn't know if I was okay to go in her room since I was positive also, and help her and get a washcloth and bring her temperature down if she had a fever and give her medicine if she needed to be at her bedside. I couldn't do those things that you normally are able to do in the flu. And it was devastating. It was really the hardest thing of my life. And fortunate for me, and I'm going to get a little emotional. Fortunate for me, I had a very strong support group. My wife was there for both of us. My daughter was preparing food at my house, which is 100 feet away, and bringing it down 3 times a day. We were doing the drop the food off, the door knock, and wait 5 to 10 seconds before you open the door so that everybody's clear. And then putting the dishes out and sending a message, okay, my dishes are out, my laundry is out. I mean, this was very, very taxing on my family, my siblings who were there making us hot soup, my in-laws dropping us off food. I mean, this thing was not just limited to my daughter, my wife, and I in the household. It affected and extended way out to people that were so scared for us, but nobody could do anything. You know what really saved us, Bree and Chris, is the video call. We were able to video call my daughter as much as we wanted to on a chat, me, my wife, and her. And it was just that video call that I could look in her eyes, I could hear in her voice whether she was being overwhelmed and didn't want to tell us, or truly she was battling it and she was getting better. And maybe the fifth or sixth day into her coronavirus ordeal, I saw in her eyes one day there was a little glow, and I made a joke. I said, "Man, you look so good today," and she started to smile, and that was the most rewarding thing I ever experienced of this whole thing. It's just seeing my daughter smile, and it was rough, man. It was freaking rough, and I wish this what I went to, and nobody. I don't want anybody to walk the shoes that I walked. And I'm very sorry I'm being emotional, but it was tough, man. It was really tough. Sorry, really sorry.
Don't be sorry. We cry
Was
all the
there-
time on this show.
Was there any point in this process where you felt, or either one of you felt like, I'm not sure I'm gonna make it through this, or had to go to the
Yes.
hospital?
There was that moment. My wife and I talked about it, and we said, "Hey, we're not going to wait until it's too late for our daughter. When we see that it's something that she cannot manage, and we see there's something wrong, we're going to call the hospital. We're going to take her up there. We're going to not take her up there. Sorry, we're going to call the ambulance. They're going to take her up there. We want her to get the best care, and if we cannot give it to her, then we're going to do that." And we reached out to 311, and that's actually what saved us, 311, because the nurse on 311, when we told her about what my daughter was experiencing, and they knew that she was asthmatic because we told her, and they knew that she had a nebulizer. They just said, "Go get a prescription for your medication, for your nebulizer and your inhaler, and put her on that as many times a day as she can tolerate." And that really, really helped. And so as she was starting to get better, starting to see the smile, no, I'm sorry, no smile yet. I felt that I was getting to be too much on my wife and my daughter with food, that I wanted them to focus their attention on Sharti at the house. I reached out to the ambulance and I had them pick me up and take me to the hospital. I went to the hospital. I was in the emergency room as a COVID patient for about 6 hours, 5 hours. They did the X-ray. They did the blood. They drew blood. They did the EKG. They swabbed me again. I tested positive while I was there. This was Tuesday, on about the 18th, and but I was still feeling strong. I had a fever, 102. And they gave me Tylenol. But at the end of that whole thing, the doctor came in and said, "You you are not a candidate. You're not a patient that should be admitted. Just go home, continue doing what you're doing. You will get the medication that you need." And they told me to use the nebulizer. So that was so reassuring to hear it from a doctor that I was doing okay. And the funny part is, I had to drive myself home. So I felt, wow, if they allow me to drive myself home, I must be really doing better. So can you imagine that? Your siblings hearing that, your children hearing that their dad went to the hospital and not knowing what's going to happen? All those things, the big picture. And I'm being real, I'm being raw. It was very, very hard to deal with. And like I said again, for all the people that think that there's more important things than worrying about health and safety of your family and your kids that want to open up the economy, I don't blame them for feeling that way, but take a step back. Take a step back and walk in the shoes that I walked in for 14 days. And if you need to talk to me, if anybody wants to, company wants to talk to me so I can really give them the magnitude on how this affects everything and everybody, I'm willing to do that. My daughter are willing to do whatever it takes, Sabrina and Chris, to help spread the message to try to get people to understand that this is taxing. It is really taxing. I'm a physical person and I worked out before this thing and it just got to me emotionally. It's the uncertainty.
Right, and William, that's what I want to key on is we're getting these in the comments. We've heard so many different COVID stories, and people get hit by these symptoms differently. So when you guys both had it, was there that moment where you thought, am I going to be one of those people who has to go in, especially Sharti being asthmatic? I mean, that's one of the pre-existing conditions that people have that, leads them to really struggle with COVID. So what was that uncertainty like, not knowing which COVID you were going to get?
And it's funny you bring that up. Shartia and I were in different ends of the spectrum on symptoms. I had mild fever and I had chills. I only had one night of body aches. She had severe body aches and she had difficulty breathing. So we were total opposites. And yes, you're right. Is that an indication that she's going to get hit worse? Is that an indication that I'm going to get hit worse? So yeah, the feeling of, am I going to be the one that has to go to the hospital or is she going to be the one? We need to be prepared. And I told my wife, I say, although she's going to be alone without family, it's just like she's upstairs in the house we're living in, but at least she'll have the care. And that's the most we could do at that time. Believe it or not, you're handcuffed, your hands are tied as a parent, as someone that's trying to render medical assistance to the patient and to your loved ones, your hands are tied. And every night we worried, are we going to have to take her to the hospital? Am I going to have to go to the hospital? And that was the most difficult time, Chris, was the uncertainty. Everything was uncertain, the whole thing.
Is there any other family members living with you guys in the house aside from Melanie?
Oh yeah, our youngest daughter. She was our cook. Bless her soul, love her so much. She was preparing 3 meals a day for us. She was washing things that needed to be washed. We had laundry down at the house we're staying. My wife was doing it there, but she was doing all the other things, buying us fruit. And even at that, sending her out to replenish the supplies. I was so worried about her. Here I am in isolation, worried about my daughter. And then I have to worry about my daughter that's going out to shop because we need the necessities. And then, like I said, my in-laws, my siblings, they started to drop us off food. They did some shopping, and so they were helping us. So that helped us a lot, and it helped me a lot because now I could focus on just getting my daughter well. And that was my main goal, is getting her well.
Sharti, you talked about feeling the guilt that you could pass it to your dad, and when you did, was there ever a conversation that you guys had where you said, "Dad, I'm sorry"?
I did tell him sorry when he first told me. They didn't really tell me a lot. I think they wanted me to just focus on getting better. And I noticed my dad's background. He was in the same house that I was, and he wasn't at our house. And I was like, "Dad, why are you down here?" And he said, "Well, I tested positive earlier today." And I remember I just said, I think I texted him, "I'm so sorry." And he called me and he's like, "There's nothing to be sorry about. There's no way of knowing who has it, who doesn't." So yeah, but even though he said there's no need to be sorry, of course, I felt so guilty. Up to this day, I feel so bad. Now I don't even want to go anywhere. I don't want to bring it home. I don't know if I could get it a second time. I don't know if I can give it to him again. So.
Are you both still isolated, or are you guys back together?
We're in our house. I'm in my room right now. He's downstairs, but we do see each other.
Okay,
that's good. That's good.
We are released from isolation from public health, and last Saturday was the 20th day. And the significance of the 20th day CDC guidelines is that if you get the symptoms and you start feeling better, then 3 days after you have your symptom free is when they normally release you from isolation, which was for me was the week prior to that, which would have been around my 14th day. But it also says, CDC says, but you should be 100% symptom free, for the average person, by the 20th day. So the 20th day was significant for us both, so that we were able to come back into our house and know that we were feeling and the virus was completely out of us. And it is. We're going about our everyday life now in our house, outside our house, but yeah, we're 100% out of isolation and symptom free.
Do you guys feel like you dodged a major bullet?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The worst thing could have happened to either one of us. Absolutely so fortunate and pleased and blessed, and all the prayers from friends, and even my macho friends, Chris and Sabrina, were sending me prayers and all that. Even my retired police officer friends were reaching out to us. And
Hey, get better, guy.
Just for people who don't know who Willie is, he was the former head of SWAT.
Yeah.
Okay, he was,
Hardest of the hard.
tough.
Also, Guam Major League. So
Yeah,
for
football. That's right.
for those guys to reach out to us was so comforting, and I thank them every day. We get on we get on video calls at night now. We start telling jokes, and I tell them, each and every one of them, how thankful I am to have friends and a support group around me, because that's what gets you through it. But that's what I mean when I say it. It's a big extended virus that affects you in many aspects, and if we can do anything, absolutely anything, to go out and spread the word. Thank you for this opportunity, for this platform. But if we can do anything to help people understand the gravity of this, the severity of this, how much it's going to affect your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, and your uncle, then please spread the word. Use this on all your social media platforms and get this message out there, because we don't wish this onto anybody. I don't want anybody to walk in my footsteps. I really don't.
Sharti, you talked about being part of that younger demo, so we know they're watching. What's your message to the people your age?
Like we said, it's the virus is so unpredictable. Doesn't matter your age, really anything. You don't know how it's going to affect you, and it's a domino effect. After that, if it affects you, then it affects everyone around you. I think just I can't tell anyone what to do, but be safe and be careful and be smart. Yeah.
Stay home. Thought I'd add that in there.
Well, thank you, Sharky, for sharing your story. Willie, is there any final comments you wanted to make?
Yes, please. Like Chris just said, stay home unless it's absolute emergency that you must leave, or necessity. And if you do positively have to leave your home, like you folks are setting such an awesome example. Wear your mask. Priority number 1, wear your mask. Priority number 2, wash your hands, and then social distance. In my opinion, in that order of significance, wear your mask, please, and don't take it for granted. And if you see somebody that's not wearing a mask, don't be confrontational. Don't walk up to them. Just walk away. You cannot heal the world, everybody in the world. So don't put yourself in the position to get the virus again. Just walk away, go out, go down another aisle, go down somewhere else. But you're gonna see more people wearing their masks than not wearing a mask. So just remember that. There's other people also that are afraid. But yeah, that's all I can say is wear your mask and wash your hands.
Thank you, Willie. Thank you, Sharti.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much for sharing your story.
Right on. God bless you guys, and stay home. Right on. 8:45. We'll take a quick break, and we're coming back with the executive director of Gura, Ray Tapasnia. Good talk there, Bree.
Yeah. It's hard to see Willie, break down like that. Because I'm so used to him.
I want to unsee it so I don't get my butt.
No, but that's the thing. He said he was going to be raw. He was going to let people know how serious this is.
Right on.
And I'm grateful, and I hope that people are touched by this and realize and recognize it is serious. I mean,
it's not a hoax.
Yeah, 1,347 people on Guam have tested positive for COVID-19, and more than half of them, 800 something, are dealing with it right now.
Right
They
now,
are
yeah.
active cases.
Right. I remember way back in the first lockdown, these some people would say like, "Oh, there's only like 12 people who actively have it," but now, I mean, 800.
Yeah, 849 out of 1,347 active cases of COVID-19 on Guam. We have, last check, it was 36 hospitalized at the Guam Memorial Hospital.
Right. And if there's an update on that, we'll get it. In the 9 o'clock hour, Lillian Posadas, who's the hospital administrator, also will talk about a COVID kids book that you can download for free, written by a guy on Guam. And we'll also talk with Nick Lee, Guam EPA. They're doing a lot of things with the mayors. We'll go into it. It's 8:47. The Breeze, 93.9. This is The Link. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast, with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continued to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
about a thing. 'Cause every little thing is gonna be alright.
Oh, yeah. Good morning.
Singing over rain, no, yeah. About a
I had to go fix myself after that interview.
There's a lot of people asking us, please,
Right.
when you put it on YouTube, let us know so we can share
We're
it.
going to put it on YouTube.
Yeah, please share that interview.
Right, yeah.
smile with the right.
That was just funny, though, when Willie was like, some of my macho friends. Wonder what that's like to have macho friends.
I don't know. I don't got no
I
macho.
got Jason. There you go. All right.
Wow.
Good morning.
Your frame of reference is kind of like...
Yeah, all right. 8:51.
He's feeling all like, yeah. Macho.
Yeah, so that was, I mean, it was, and what I thought was so cool, Bree, was how they reached out to you to get their story out, right? And we're seeing this a lot from the younger demos, like they want to come out, and we saw it with Adriana, we saw it with Big Tone, we saw it with Sharty. They want to come out and tell their peeps, their peers, hey, stay home.
And I think that the one thing about Willie's story is just how they told it from all different perspectives on how it affects entire families, from his wife and then his other daughter. They were having to, cook, and they had their own little system. You drop off the food.
You could tell Willie was a cop because we got the full situation report from all the different angles. We had this perspective, and then they interviewed this witness, and then he brought in.
Wait 5 seconds, drop off the food, pick up the plate. Yeah.
Right.
Awesome.
So yeah, that was and really for them to want to share their story with that message of just be safe. And that to me, what was really key about that was we've seen and heard from public health and heard them say that the younger demo is catching it and spreading it. And that's why I feel for a father and daughter to come on and offer that cautionary tale. I mean, if you didn't believe it coming from public health, then there you go. It's serious.
And oh gosh, when he said he found out his daughter got it, right? Because Melanie got off the phone and she was screaming, crying, and then he ran to his daughter. He
and hugged her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though he knew she was positive.
Yeah, but Bree, I mean, I'm sure you've had sick kids.
No, I probably would have done the same thing.
I totally would have done the same thing. And it's easy to just rush in and not,
not even think about yourself.
Right. I mean, God, my kids have been like really sick, and you don't even think like you're just up there touching everything. You know what I mean?
Sleeping with the
right. I mean, if my kid gets COVID, I'm probably getting COVID. So 8:54. Let's go back to the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Gura director Ray Tapasnio standing by. I just saw you. I saw you on the Zoom feed, Ray. You went through about 2 boxes of Kleenex during that interview. It's all right, man.
My heart's off to the Brennan family. I don't want to go through that, and my family certainly doesn't want to go through that.
Right. And let's get a little personal here, Ray, if you don't mind. How is this virus? Has it changed up the way you interact with the elder members of your family, or just family in general?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, my kids, I have an 18-year-old and 11, and they're grounded. They can't go anywhere. So, everybody stays home, and I have to work. So I'm here at work, but I close the door, and I have my mask if somebody needs to documents for me to sign. So, yeah, everything has changed.
Let's talk about one thing that we brought up on the show here was the testing of the Guma Tranquilidad residents, Ray. So I guess when we had talked to you, we talked to you the morning of the testing.
Yeah, the day of the testing, because you said that you were also going to go and get tested, lead by example, and you actually revealed that it was actually the second time someone had tested positive, which prompted the target testing at Guma Tranquilidad.
Correct.
So and we wanted to just bring you back on just to give us a follow-up on how that testing went.
Well, I'm guessing because of HIPAA, we haven't been notified. I wish, I don't completely agree when public health says, well, we're not going to be able to share the results with you. How we found out the first time back in April or May was actually from the person who did test positive. And then the second time on August 1st, there was another positive, and that person was admitted to GMH, and we found out through contact tracing because some of the staff were being called. But aside from that, public health is not obligated to notify Gura. And I have a obligation to try and protect the residents down there. There's 49 of them, but I'm not part of the official notification process. So when we do find out through other means, then we go through our standard operating procedures of locking down the place. But aside from that's all I have to report.
Do you think you should be in the loop?
Especially if it's a facility that's ran by Gura, right? You guys
And a
manage
facility.
Gura, Guma Tranquilidad.
Yeah.
The average resident down there is 65 years old. It's a very vulnerable population. You don't have to tell me who tested positive, but at least give me a heads up. But the public health has their HIPAA statute that they have to comply with. I'm not a healthcare professional, so I can't tell you why I don't get official notification, but I don't. But when we do find out, then we actually do what we need to do to protect the 49 residents.
Is it something that staff can just go and ask residents down there if they got their results and can you tell us?
Which we do, and kind of the process that we've had to undertake is we actually reach out to find out if anybody tested positive with this last with this last round of testing. We haven't heard anything. We haven't heard of any additional positives, but again, I'm not a healthcare professional, so I don't understand how HIPAA works. I just know that we're not part of the official notification process.
What about some of the safety precautions that you put in place when they were doing after the second positive, where no one's not allowed to go into the communal areas? Is that still in place, or have you lifted that?
Well, the second positive patient was actually cleared by public health and is back at Guma Tranquilidad. So as far as we know, nobody else has tested positive. But we haven't heard about the last round of testing. At some point, I had to make a decision to open the common areas because there's laundry facilities that, these guys can't go for months without washing their clothes. So officially, we did open the laundry facilities just this morning. If we hear from public health or we hear from another source that there's another positive, then we're going to shut down the common areas once again. So that's kind of how we're handling it. I wish there was a better way.
You wish there was a better way, don't we all?
Yeah.
Right. What are the residents saying down there? Do they know what's going on?
Well, I'm sure they're not too pleased. If you're a part of a vulnerable population and you hear of somebody testing positive, you would think that there would be that they would get some kind of official notification, at least from Gura. But if Gura doesn't even know, because Gura hasn't been officially notified, then there's very little we can do. In fact, the two times that we acted promptly to lock down the facility, I didn't even get official notification. I just did it because it was, we confirmed that there was a positive, but not through public health.
It just kind of doesn't make sense that they wouldn't tell you because you have employees there that would probably need to know.
Yeah. I'm wondering, Ray, if there's just a lag. So when we had our positive case here at the station, we didn't get the call from public health until, God, was it like a week? I don't think it was a week. I think it was longer than a week.
It's about a week.
A week and a few days, yeah. Okay. 9 days, I think it was, yeah.
Because I waited for the call because they reached, for some reason, they called Adriana and it took, a couple of days, yeah. And then after they called her, then they called me, asking me for all the contacts to Adriana. It was kind of weird. I was like, well, why didn't Adriana give you that? But, I had to give them all the contacts for work.
Yeah. So I wonder if that's what it is. There's obviously every time we get public health on, they're like, no, we're good with the contact tracing. Yeah, we're just like, no problem. But then you hear these stories about people who don't get called or they, they get called way after they've been tested.
Annette did say that they're kind of overwhelmed with that, right?
Yeah.
They caught up with the backlog, But, well, no, that was the calls for if you tested negative or positive, right?
Yeah.
Right? I
Yeah,
can't remember.
they're
It
all
was-
caught up with the backlog. She said that they were struggling with calling people. They were still
Right.
trying to call people.
Yeah.
Right.
And then that's the nurses. The nurses, she said, were doing that. And sometimes they work after they're done with their shift, then they would have to go and make the phone calls. And sometimes it's really late at night because they're working all day.
Right. But of
and
course,
they're calling like 600 people.
Ray, I'm pretty sure you could call the director or maybe, I don't know,
Work it out.
work it out, right?
I'm sure they have their hands full.
Right.
You know, I certainly don't do that job, but you know.
Ray, there was the mortgage relief program. I think there was a release that came out. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, we're hoping to get final approval from the feds, hopefully by tomorrow, because it's Sunday in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
But if we get approval, then we'll issue a press release. Basically, we're going to, Gura is partnering up with the Guam Housing Corporation, and they would be the ones administering the program. But basically, we're going to be able to pay down on about 3 months worth of rent, or worth of mortgages for low-income family, for low-income households. So I believe over 200 low-income households will actually qualify. And 3 months of mortgage relief is huge because in most states and even Hawaii, I think it's either 1 or 2 months. So we're kind of at the top of the chain with respect to trying to push forward this program. And we're excited about it. And hopefully we'll be able to proceed as early as tomorrow once we get official notification.
Who would qualify for this relief?
Low-income mortgage holders, and that's probably all I can say until HUD approves, because they don't like the fact that we're talking about it and they haven't actually signed off. So,
So this is kind of taboo.
well, the feds, you know, they have their ways of doing things. I can't fix that.
Is that Ray? I mean, maybe if you could just clarify: is that low-income mortgage holders who are under Gura, or is it low-income mortgage holders, even everybody?
No, everybody, not just Gura.
Okay.
Gura has nothing to do with it. We just got the money. We partnered with Guam Housing to administer it, and we thought that was the best way. They have better, they have more experience than we do with respect to loan programs. So,
You hear anything back from the airport about the quarantine facility?
Not yet. I hope we can build one. It's something I wanted to build more than a decade ago. And you know, the pandemic is before us. If we had a quarantine facility up there, it would certainly help. CDC helped us craft that application in the previous administration, and it went nowhere. But you know, that's water under the bridge. I hope we can build it under our administration.
Okay. What about your employees? I know that we keep hearing different government of Guam agencies that have employees that have tested positive for COVID. How about you and your people? You're all doing okay?
You know, thank God we haven't heard of any positives in our organization. We've done a very good job of wearing masks, sanitizing our hands as much as possible, social distancing. And we also have within Gura these air purification units that we procured back in March. So we have one in the main foyer area. We have others stationed in highly trafficked areas. And basically what it does is it circulates, it pulls in the air and it disinfects it, and then it sends it back out through UV lighting technology. So it's something that I think helps, and it gives us some peace of mind. I'm not sure whether other agencies are doing it. I think a few of the banks have actually procured it, but we were one of the first to explore this technology, and I'm hoping that that's part of the reason why we've been able to be safe.
Ray, you know, I saw a little note here, a little hard to just fathom because, well, the pandemic and nobody's going to, what did one of my friends call it over the weekend? Brick and mortar schools. because everyone's doing the online. But I saw you guys are. How are you involved with this construction of a new charter school?
What it is we partnered up with iLearn Academy and the Learning Institute. It's a new corporation, and we're trying to build a $34 million charter school utilizing CDBG funds, a loan guarantee. So we've been having weekly teleconferences with HUD to try and stand up this program. Gura's share would be approximately $12 million of the $34 million charter school. I believe it's like a 900 packs, and we want to, we've had some challenges because of COVID. With PCOR 1, we're having trouble obtaining permits and going through all the process. But we're very close. We can see the finish line. Hopefully there aren't any more delays. And if we're successful, we'll be able to build a new school, which we haven't done in, probably over a decade. And this is an elementary school in partnership with iLearn.
Right on. Bree, you good?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Ray.
Thanks, Ray.
Okay.
Anything else you wanted to get out?
Yeah, anything else?
No. You guys stay safe, and I hope everybody stays home.
That's right.
You got to say it with gumption, Ray. Let's hear you. Come on. I know you got a mad voice.
Stay home.
Thanks,
right on, Ray. Okay. I'll forward you the meme. Okay. Okay. 907 Ray Tapasnia, Tautau, Sin City. We're gonna take a break. We'll come back with our favorite spokesperson at the Guam Environmental Protection Agency, Nick Lee. That's coming next year. It's the link on the breeze. Hey, Lillian Posadas, Guam Memorial Hospital Administrator, also coming up. And we'll talk with CJ Urquizu, who has written a COVID Kids book that you can download for free today. Yeah, I know you guys like the free, so I'll tell you how to get it coming up here on the link on the breeze, 93.9.
CBS. You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Hafa Day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglonia, Medical Director for Public Health. We all play a role in slowing the spread of COVID-19. We must continue to stay strong and practice everyday preventive actions to keep our island safe. Maintain a distance of 6 feet between yourself and others. Wear cloth face coverings in public settings. Wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not readily available, use alcohol-based hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Clean and disinfect frequently used surfaces. Avoid touching your face. Stay home if you're sick. Let's protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
Savage K.
Say what you want.
Good morning. 9/11. Let's keep it going here. The K-Wave News Zoom room from the Guam Environmental Protection Agency. Nick Lee. Good morning, Nick.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Hafade.
Morning.
Good morning, Sabrina. Hafade. And Jason, good morning again. Hafade.
Right on. Nick, let's just get right into it, man. What's the latest going on with Guam EPA that the people of Guam need to know about?
I'm glad you bring that up. There is something that we want to remind the community. In addition to washing your hands thoroughly, wearing your face mask, and practicing social distancing, we do notice that people are getting into the habit of disinfecting high contact surface areas, and that in combination with using your mask and the social distancing and washing your hands is gonna go a long way towards reducing your risk of exposure to COVID. We do advocate that you use EPA approved and registered products only, and most importantly, in accordance with the manufacturer's directions. That goes for use, storage, and disposal. So that's kind of a big push out of Region 9, and we'll be working on some key messaging that we'll be sharing with the community very shortly.
Nick, at the end of the day, does it really matter what kind of sanitizers? What are the negative effects that people run the risk of exposing themselves to if they're using a hand sanitizer?
There's a handful of risks when you're talking about surface disinfectants. Remember, you're dealing with chemicals that are meant to kill and destroy things. The one thing you don't want to be doing is mixing it with other cleaning agents. You could cause some fumes that are going to be harmful. Might get you sick. You want to look for something that is approved and registered because those claims have gone through the process, scientific, legal review, administrative review. So you want to be using something that's been proven effective. If you use something that's not registered, you really don't know what's in there. Anybody could slap something on a label and tell you that it's effective when one, it could be harmful to you, or two, it does nothing to help disinfect a high contact surface, and it'll give you a false sense of hope. So that's the insistence that we're working with the pesticides enforcement out of Region 9.
Do you guys have on your website? Do you guys take pictures of the products that are not up to par? And then also, Nick, is that a lot of what the agency has been doing since the start of the pandemic, is kind of policing? Because we saw it in dengue. You guys are like, oh, don't use this mosquito coil, don't use that repellent. So how much of you guys' the job has been going around and busting these people, bringing in all kinds of stuff? Because we saw it early on in the pandemic where they were seizing pallets of hand sanitizer or whatever, or PPEs that had an issue. So I guess is that what you guys are doing?
Public health has the enforcement on hand sanitizers. They work with the FDA. That's their purview. Early on, we did see some products that fall under Guam EPA's jurisdiction that did not meet the federal insecticide, fungicide, rodenticide Act requirements. I'm going to call that FIFRA for short. And so there were a couple products that made some headlines in the mainland, and either those products or variants of those products found their way onto Guam.
Are you talking about the COVID blocker?
Yeah, things like that virus shutout. We did have a caller come in on the 311 lines who spoke about being able to purchase these at a couple of stores. So pesticides enforcement program went out and they did their thing.
Well, good. Nick, white goods, abandoned vehicles, where are we with that?
So the Mayor's Council finally received their, the remainder of their original appropriation. I think it was $466,000 from an appropriation that was given to them back in FY18. Unfortunately, because of the stay-at-home order, a lot of the collection services had to be suspended. So that's something that the Mayor's Council did put out last week. They encouraged that members of the community do not, dump their stuff at these, on the side of the road and cause these collection points. That once the stay-at-home order was lifted, there would be collection efforts ramping up once again. So that's where we are. In addition to that, we're looking ahead towards the FY21 budget. In March of this year, maybe a few
let me
days
just touch
before.
on that real quick, Nick, because we had a bunch of the senators on this morning, and I thought it was interesting that the agency didn't have an official stance on this, what's being called a raid of the recycling fund, although the chairman of the board did submit testimony against the $500,000 appropriation to G3. Does the agency have an official stance on this, or you guys stay out of it, or?
I think when the board vice chair, you're talking about Ms. Ann Roth. She's been a staunch advocate of ensuring that fund is used in accordance to the laws, the rules, and the regulations. I think suffice to say that during board meetings, I think that's the one thing that she's looking forward to, is to seeing how the fund is being used in the board meetings. She's our board. She went and informed the senators what her thoughts were, and that's where we are with that.
Okay.
I was supposed to zoom in the night, I believe last Thursday night, but the Committee on Appropriations did recess, and the following morning I kind of got busy down here, and I was not able to make the Committee on Appropriations hearing, but thankfully our board vice chair was able to provide her input on behalf of the board.
Right on. Thanks for that, Nick. And you keep us posted. I know that there's not really a whole lot going on because we're in the PCOR 1 lockdown, but maybe if we roll back to PCOR 2 or whatever, we'll touch base with you again as you guys' operations ramp up.
Right. There's a lot of things that our administrator has been dealing with the region. Outside of ensuring that we're keeping the unregistered, unapproved surface disinfectants off island. They're still having these virtual meetings for things like PFAS. For things like our partnership with the Army Corps of Engineers. In terms of doing some cleanup work with UXOs. Once we have something for the community on that, we'll definitely put that out, and I'll find myself on your show again. So you know where to find me, Chris.
I do know where to find you. I got your number, brother.
All right.
You're up at Homeland. Are you still up at Homeland?
Yep, still there.
Dang, bro. How many months has your sentence been?
Since March, and it's going to be at least until the end of this month, as long as there's an active public health declaration.
Do you still remember what Guam EPA looks like?
Vaguely, yeah, vaguely.
I'll send you a picture, Nick.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Nick. Okay, 9:20.
All right, take care.
There you go, Nick Lee from Guam EPA, and let's just move it right along to our hospital administrator who's joining us. Thank you, Lillian. Good morning, and thanks for joining us this morning.
Good morning. Oh, you're muted.
You're muted.
Okay. Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, coming in loud and clear.
Good morning.
Good morning. I guess we'll just start with the COVID census count because I know that's what you're going to ask first.
Yeah.
Of course. Yes. As of this morning, we have 38 COVID positive individuals in the house. That includes 4 of them who are in the emergency room. And then we also have a POI in the emergency room waiting to get the test results. So that's where we stand in terms of our COVID census. 5 of these individuals are ICU level of care. 1 of them is on a ventilator. So pretty serious, seriously and critically ill individual.
Lillian, I last week there was nobody on a ventilator, right?
Right,
Okay.
correct. No one on a ventilator last week.
And then last time we spoke, I know that you had
Where's
said,
everybody else?
Where's it? Could you just run them down? Who's in COVID care? 2, 3, 4, 5?
Sure. Let me
Thank you.
hold on a minute because I
Okay.
did send that over. Oh God, where are my notes? Okay. In the COVID care 2, which is our IC designated ICU COVID, there are 4 individuals in there. No one is on a ventilator in that care 2 unit, but they are on supplemental oxygen, high flow, and even on CPAP oxygen supplement. In the care 3, we opened that back up as a COVID care unit. That's our 4th floor. All pediatrics. We have 5 individuals in there. And they're basically medical condition patients who are pretty stable. In the care 4 unit, which is our 3rd floor medical telemetry unit, there are 22 individuals in there. And then in the care 5, which we opened up last week, that's half of the ICU on 2nd floor. I believe there are 4 in there. Hold on a minute. Let me just make sure I have my notes with me. But there were 4, is what I understand. And one of them is the individual who is on ventilator. You still with me?
Yeah, Bree's doing her math.
Okay. We also have quite a bit of individuals who are hemodialysis, who are receiving hemodialysis, and that's a concern. And I believe there's going to be a meeting with public health this afternoon or sometime this week to address, the issue of individuals who need to continue hemodialysis, but perhaps do not need to be in the hospital, and maybe they can continue their dialysis treatment in a designated facility that is for COVID individuals.
So these are individuals with COVID.
Right. These are individuals with COVID infection, but they do not necessarily need to be in the hospital.
Mm-hmm. We talked to you last week when I asked you to describe what was the condition of GMH, and at that time I believe we were at 27 or something hospitalizations over at GMH. We're at 38 now. Are we still in serious? Or are we beyond there?
Yes.
Are we beyond serious?
What was that?
Last time we talked, I think you had described how serious the situation in the hospital was, and at that point, we only had
about 27.
About 27 hospitalizations. Obviously, that's gone up by 11. How much more serious is it?
It's still very serious. It's always been very serious. And so, but we make do with what we have. We take care of these patients as they come in. We continue to juggle the rooms and the beds around. And, we shift staffing to where we need them the most. And fortunately, the non-COVID areas of surgical floor, which is up on 4th floor, non-COVID medical surgical, and also in the PEDS area, in the labor and delivery, in the OB area, our census has been at a level that is pretty manageable, that we can then shift some of that staff to help out in these other areas that we really need them to help out.
Mm-hmm. Have you, I know when we spoke with Dr. Hoa, he mentioned that talks were underway with the Guam Surgery Center to move non-COVID patients out of GMH to free up space to take on more COVID patients. Has that transpired yet?
We talked with the management of Surgery Center, but I think what was more practical and what was going to be more beneficial was the staffing. They've offered about 9 of their nurses to go up to GRMC to help GRMC, so that way GRMC can have more rooms for non-COVID patients. And so I think that's what finally we all agreed, because they still need to continue. They still have some of their surgeries ongoing, and so they're keeping back some of their staff to manage those cases that they have to continue. And so, but they were able to then spare some of their nursing staff to GRMC.
So have any non-COVID patients been moved out of GMH over to GRMC now that they have additional staff?
we have been, but not in large volumes. And so, and GRMC, they accept when because they also struggle with their situation with staffing. They're seeing more and more COVID patients come into their facility. So, we're exchanging patients.
Lillian, you mentioned the PUI in the emergency room. What's the turnaround for testing for people who come in?
Well, even if they're negative with the Abbott, the doctors still want to confirm it with the PCR. So I think that's what they're also waiting for, because of the clinical symptoms. They really want to make sure that if it is Abbott negative, but the symptoms are that the individual's demonstrating, they just want to take extra precaution and get the PCR test done. And so I think that is what they're waiting for, is that PCR test result.
Does that take 24 to 72 hours though? The PCR?
Well, it depends, because when we send the specimen to the public health lab, we do give it a priority, and so they take that into consideration. That this individual is in the hospital and they want to prioritize that.
Lillian, you said that you had a meeting with was it with GDOE this morning about the nurses?
Yes, we had we've had really successful and fruitful meetings last week with DOE Superintendent John Fernandez, his leadership, Julieta Kineni, and we also had session with the nurses, a Zoom meeting to hear their concerns and their anxieties, and what. Somebody's waving at me. Is that a sign?
Oh no! Sorry, it's involuntary muscle memory.
Okay, all right. No. So this morning we started the orientation. What started out to be a list of 17 DOE nurses, it's now down to 15 DOE nurses. And so this morning I met with them, and it's ongoing right now with the orientation and allowing them opportunities to ask questions. And so also we want to give them the opportunity to give us their preference, where they would like to help, and so that way they are successful, and that we pair them up with a mentor, with a senior nurse. And so it looks it really looks promising, and it looks like they have that interest and the desire to help us out here at the hospital. And so they're supporting us with our call, with our need.
Lillian, we also talked to you last week, and you confirmed that staff are being sidelined, whether it's because they're being tested for COVID or they have COVID. Can you give us any more information on that? We had a lady call in this morning who says that her brother is a nurse up at GMH, and that
a charge nurse,
and his wife both tested positive.
Right. We have several of our staff who have been exposed, and the results came out to be positive, so they're out on isolation. If not home, then somewhere they are isolated, and so we're not allowing them to work. And so that again challenges us with our staffing situation.
Lillian, and again, we just want to get this vetted, but we keep hearing things about non-COVID patients at GMH being exposed to COVID-19. Is there any accuracy to it? Is it happening? What can you tell us about it?
For non-COVID patients who are exposed to COVID patients, I haven't heard that one.
No,
is that what you're hearing? Non-COVID
maybe
patients
Bree can word it better.
No, we're hearing there are non-COVID patients that are that have gone to GMH or are at GMH, then they turn positive for COVID, that they basically were infected at the Guam Memorial Hospital. Have you had any situations where that may have occurred?
I haven't heard that one, that they have converted to positive. But I follow up with our infection control nurse, and I'll follow up with our clinicians. But it's our staff who are getting exposed, who are converting to being positive. Non-COVID patients in the hospital, I haven't heard that.
Okay, so then you are confirming that staff at the Guam Memorial Hospital have tested positive for COVID after being in contact with COVID patients?
Not necessarily with COVID patients. Some of the staff, or at least the majority of the staff who turned positive, We're not at all exposed to COVID patients here, so we are looking and we think that they were exposed. They contracted the COVID outside of the hospital.
Okay.
So they were not infected at GMH. That's your belief.
Not to what I am informed. Majority of the ones that I've been informed are positive and are out due to outside exposure.
Right. Lillian, what can you tell us about sadly, the nurse that had passed last week to COVID, and we had heard that she had tested negative so many times and then tested positive. Are you able to discuss the nature of that at all?
It's still under investigation, and I haven't gotten the full report from our infection control nurse, and I'm waiting for that report. But at that time when the individual was in our hospital, she was getting visitors. Because we still allowed visitors to come in at that time, throughout that time that she was here. So we don't know if someone who came in and was positive was probably asymptomatic and expose the patient. So we're still going through the investigation. We're getting the facts, the data, and I haven't gotten the final report.
Right. But
I'll follow up with our infection control nurse.
But she was allowed visitors because she was a non-COVID patient, right?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And so then for the people that came in to visit her, wouldn't they have had to gone through some sort of like screening or something like that in order to get into the Guam Memorial Hospital, not have any sort of symptoms?
We do. We go through the screening, the temperature checks. We ask them some questions. But remember, there are people who are asymptomatic.
Yeah.
They're walking around asymptomatic and are just as contagious and just as infectious, but they don't know it. They're not manifesting any symptoms. They're not feeling any symptoms, or they can deny that they're having any symptoms. So even if we do ask them the questions, they can say they don't have the symptoms. But we do check their temperatures coming in. And if, again, they're asymptomatic, we allow them to come in and visit.
Yeah, and I ask you that because there may be some that may question whether or not GMH isn't doing enough to protect, people that are inside the hospital and ensure, you know what I mean, ensuring that they're not infected with COVID.
Sure, I understand. Right. I mean, and we're trying to do what we can do. But, again, like I said, many people walking around asymptomatic.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So, can you give us an update on anything with tents or FEMA? Because FEMA, they provided I think $11 million to the CNMI for PPEs, money for healthcare over there. So I'm wondering if you guys have heard anything from FEMA in providing any sort of support.
They have been providing a lot of support. They've been providing a lot of the PPEs. In fact, there's a crate or a container full of N95 masks. And so we're having our infection control nurse screen it whether really it meets the criteria for it to be very effective as an N95 mask. Because there have been some masks that we received from various, international sources, but do not really meet the U.S. standard of an N95 mask. And so we're making sure that our infection control nurse reviews it and takes a look at it, examines it to see if it does meet the criteria. So we have been getting quite a bit of supplies from FEMA. We received, as I mentioned before, the ventilators. And so we do have 50-some ventilators on hand if we need to use them. Mm-hmm. Those are available. Funding, we have received funding. We met with Brian Trang from FEMA last week regarding the alternate care facility, the SNF, that we are designing a plan to make it an alternate care facility, not just as an overflow, but if we need to then step it up to an ICU level of care within that facility, we can do that. And so we've put together our plan. It is about 95% complete. And what Brian Trang from FEMA was able to review, he seems to be very satisfied with what we put together in that plan. So we do get, quite a bit of support and assistance through Homeland Security, through our Office of Civil Defense, through the governor's office from the federal government. In fact, we're meeting with Region 9 emergency, coordinator for the regional emergency coordinator to take a look at our request for medical personnel. As we mentioned last week, more critical care doctors, more critical care nurses, respiratory therapists. And so we're going to be meeting with the gentleman tomorrow to discuss it further and for him to complete his assessment with regards to our needs.
And any word on did I ask you about the tents?
Did she ask you about the tents, Lillian?
You did earlier, and I'm sorry, I kind of got off the track here with talking about the tents is what I understand. In fact, the surgeon cell, they've come and they are coming again this week to take a look and assess where we can set up those tents.
So we have them on island now? The Blue Med
I
tents?
don't know if they are on island.
Okay.
I haven't heard that. I might find out today at the meeting. I'll find out if we have them on island. But yes, those have been discussed previously as far as having a mobile tent for it to be an acute care facility.
Okay. SNU, the SIF. Is there any update on that?
Sure, absolutely. We finally got the portable chiller, which is again, it's just a temporary chiller, and it's already placed right outside of the SIF, right at the front, to the left side if you're facing the facility. They had to kind of delay it Saturday because of the weather, but by Saturday afternoon, they transported the temporary chiller, and it's now secured in place right outside of the facility. They've been working, the representative, the techs, I've been working throughout yesterday afternoon to, get what they call, I guess, hot works, the oil to get the chiller, I guess pumped and oiled and ready. And so they turned it on last night. And so the temperature as of this morning is at 63 degrees. We want to make sure that we monitor it and it's consistent, and that the facility is cool enough for us to occupy it with patients.
So we're looking at hopefully any time now that it'll be ready to go?
We're hoping, absolutely. We're hoping that perhaps today we can do that. We can get some patients up there.
Okay, and we do have the staff to man that facility.
That's what we're also working on to make sure we have that staff.
Okay,
yes.
I wanted to follow up because I keep seeing this circulated in social media about the hospitalization. So how many hospital beds do we have at GMH to handle COVID patients? How many COVID designated hospital beds do we have?
Okay, in Care 1 we have 5. In Care 2 we have 4. Those are ICU level. In Care 3 we have 17. In Care 4 we have 19 single rooms, but we can double up some of those rooms so we can get 26 beds in Care 4. In Care 5, which is our ICU level, we've got 7 in there. So add that up. I haven't added it up yet, and my mental calculator is not working right now. But and then we have the 54 beds up at SIF.
Yeah. And I asked that because in this letter that it keeps on circulating that the governor wrote to the CDC that we had 83 designated COVID beds.
Mm-hmm.
So as of today, go ahead.
At that time, we didn't have the Care 5, which was an additional 7 ICU beds.
Mm-hmm. So we will have 83 COVID designated hospital beds. It's not necessarily that we have them right now.
Okay. Did you add up all the numbers I gave you?
Well, I'm not sure it's
5, 4, 17.
Can somebody add that up for me? 5, 4, 17, 26, 7, right? Plus, if
Yeah, that's 59 plus the 54. That's about 103 beds.
right, but we're not sure if the 54 will be ready today or not, right?
Right. Yes. We're pushing for it to be ready.
Okay. No, because the letter said we are also prepared for any surge in hospitalization with 83 COVID designated hospital beds with a capacity to increase beds 200 or more. Wow.
Well, we've got the MCH area also. If we do move those clients out of the MCH, we have 20 beds in the OB ward that we can then designate as COVID if we move the MCH clientele up to GRMC. And then we also have 10 beds in the pediatrics area if we move the MCH over to GRMC.
Lillian, anything in closing you want to add?
Well, I just again want to urge the people of Guam to really, take the preventive measures of putting on the mask and social distancing. And the other thing that I also want to encourage the community, if you start feeling the symptoms, don't wait for 5-6 days, especially if you're having a hard time breathing, you're having abdominal pains, and you're having some, diarrhea. You're losing fluid. You're getting dehydrated. Get medical attention, whether it's at the clinic or at your private doctor or at the Northern Health Clinic. Get medical attention. Don't wait till you're really acutely or critically ill, because then you end up needing to be in the hospital. You end up needing supplemental oxygen. But if you can get your treatment as soon as possible by seeing your medical, your private medical provider or a clinic, then hopefully this will increase your chance of recovering from this COVID-19 infection, and hopefully no further deaths. We will not see further anybody dying anymore.
What are you hearing, Lillian? Are you hearing that we peaked with our number of
That what?
positive? Are you hearing anything with the status of the COVID positives? Are you hearing that we may have peaked?
Well, we're going to continue to see numbers, high numbers. That's already pretty much a given. That seems to be the norm, that we're going to continue to see people converting to positive. The key now is to really try and prevent these individuals from going into acute, critical, illness status. We want to prevent them from getting to that point by catching it early and getting the treatment.
Lillian, what are people taking? Those people who have COVID and they're staying home, they're not going to the hospital. What are you hearing? Is it just Tylenol? What's working that you know of?
Tylenol, liquids, vitamin C, resting, just to get through it. If they're having vomiting and diarrhea, just, make sure they take some liquids in so that they don't get dehydrated. The headaches, Tylenol is the best choice of medication, not Motrin. Because Motrin, if you're not eating much of anything and you're taking Motrin, that can irritate your stomach. So, Tylenol is really the safest antipyretic medication for someone to take. But yes, liquids to keep hydrated, vitamin C to help fight this infection, and just eating healthy stuff and not smoke for a while. At least stop smoking for a while.
I just had one more question, Lillian. You said 59 beds currently at GMH to take in COVID patients. If we don't get the SIF open today and 38 of those 59 beds are filled, are you going to be able to take 21 more COVID patients today or even in the next couple of days?
If they come in and depending on their condition, if they don't need to be in the hospital, they can be managed at home or at the isolation facility. They don't need to be on supplemental oxygen. But, we will see them and get them evaluated by the doctor, by the clinician. And if they don't need, we do have some individuals in Care 4 that are pretty stable that can be discharged. So, again, it's a constant flow.
Yeah, it just seems like it's beyond serious.
What's that?
It just seems like it's beyond serious. If there's only 21 beds available and say all 21 are serious and need medical attention.
Yeah. This is where we're really going to need to call all our resources, what we've got, where we can put them.
Okay, Lillian.
We may need to. Okay. All righty.
Prayers to you guys.
Yeah, we got a bunch of
What's
comments. A bunch of comments coming in
Prayers.
supporting you and the staff,
Yeah,
Lillian.
prayers.
So,
Yes,
all right.
prayers.
Okay, we'll see you.
But, okay.
Thanks for joining
Take
us,
care.
Lillian.
Thank
That's
you,
that.
Lillian.
9:46. Let's keep it going in the KUAM News Zoom room. Let me see. Do we do. Okay, yes.
And we're going to show the Amazon page right now.
Okay, so we're going to bring on CJ Urquiku.
Urquiku?
Is it Urquiku?
Or Kiko?
Urquiku, I'm sorry. CJ, hi. But we're showing this. Now, this is coping with COVID when you're a kid. This is a locally written and illustrated book by our buddy CJ, who we're going to bring on here. And it's actually up. You can get it on the Kindle. And it's a free download for today. All right. So if you guys are seeing that on the feed, we just followed the author. All right. And let's bring on CJ. This is pretty cool. CJ, good morning. Unmute. CJ?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us, CJ?
What does he need to do?
Maybe you should make like a crazy face. Like, what? Can you hear us? Hey, oi. You can't hear us. Why is being louder going to make any difference? CJ.
Turn up your volume.
There you go.
Maybe?
Hey.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Ha, we have contact. Harmon.
How are you guys?
How are you, man?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you good. Yeah. Thank you. So we can hear you. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Wait. Why am I on mute? Okay, there we go.
All right.
Hello? Can you
Yes,
hear me now?
hello. Hello. Can you hear us now?
Hello?
Hello. Okay.
Oh, no, that's Facebook.
Can you hear us yet? I'm going to take a quick break,
Good, man,
guys.
good.
Okay, you're good. Okay,
Just,
good.
Staying home. There's a delay.
There is. So we're going to take a break, and Jason's going to reboot. And we'll be back with more of The Link on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
Where's the best?
You live life on the go, and now so does your mortgage application with FHB Digital. It's easy and fast with features that gather your documents or make it simple to upload them yourself. FHB Digital provides personalized mortgage options to suit your budget. And if you have questions, just ask a loan officer. FHB Digital. Bank at the speed of your life with First Hawaiian Bank.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We're at the right time. 9:51. That is the right time. Let's try this again. CJ on the Zoom feed. Good morning, CJ.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina, Jason.
Good morning.
This is pretty cool. A COVID kids book from Guam. And we'll just start. How did you come up with the idea?
I noticed that we all are inundated with the news, but I don't think anyone's explaining this very well to little ones. So I thought that it might be cool. It's like the voice of Dr. Seuss and Mr. Rogers told me, maybe I should write a book to explain it to younger children, right? So I flew to Texas, the middle of this pandemic, on July 27th. And I did a lot of the writing on the plane, actually. And I wrote it by hand. And then when I got there to pick up my kids, we came back here. And then the day after I got back, I started drawing. And here's one of the original drawings.
Wow,
so,
look at that.
Yeah.
Wow, you're an artiste?
Wow, that looks like slime balls from back in the day from my skate peeps out there.
I know. I thought, I had to make it a little bit humorous because it's already, I was hoping to create a book that not only tells kids to be safe, it also tells kids, in a more fun, more kid-like way.
Mm-hmm. So what's the main character of the book?
I wrote it in second person.
I see.
So it speaks to the reader like you should wear, kind of like what Chris echoes every morning. You should wash your hands. You should wear your mask, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it's actually.
How many pages is it?
It's a total of 48 pages.
Whoa, that's pretty long.
Yeah, but it's it's like little verses here and there. It's like I said, I made it easy to read with big copy also.
Okay.
So, but yeah, it was a lot of drawing and a lot of writing and rewriting, and I'm hoping to get the paperback out soon too.
Okay, and so this is available where? Online?
On Amazon, the Kindle store. I launched it and then I made it free for 3 days. So it's been free over the weekend. Today, people can download it. It's still free until the end of the day today. So let me show you one of the. This is actually stuff that we lived. Like my kids getting tested, right, through public health. So it's like it makes it kind of fun, you might be scared. It's icky, it's yucky. It might make your nose snotty, but it's not that bad. It's written like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to add about your book?
Yeah, I hope that it people share it, not just here on Guam, but also everywhere where kids are going back to school, because a big worry, especially a big worry for me is kids transmit, higher rates of transmissions at schools. Right. So it would be far, better, especially for younger kids to, be serious about being safe with their hygiene and with, mask wearing. When I was flying, I saw a lot of young kids wearing their masks on their chins or not wearing their mask at all, and it was just I think that it's not only just the kids catching it, but giving it to grandma or grandpa.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So are you back on Guam? Are you back on?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. So did you what was that experience like traveling during COVID, and then did you have to do quarantine or?
Yes. August 3rd, we got back on the evening of August 3rd. We went through the airport, presented our COVID tests,
and which was, of course, luckily negative. And then we did home quarantine for 2 weeks. We tried to do the abbreviated quarantine, but with public health, I guess they were extremely busy, and we didn't get our results. Or rather, only one of us got our results on, basically we just ended up doing the 2-week quarantine, but it was fine. I mean, I worked from home, and then I started, in the evenings I would work on this book. And then when I got furloughed, I'm like, oh, hey, I can really work on this book now.
Sorry, that shouldn't be that
So,
funny. You got some of that PUA money, bro?
Huh?
You got some of that PUA money?
Oh, no. Yeah, I did from my first furlough. It's funny. My first furlough, I actually was furloughed for 7 weeks. And that's when I took up courses on Coursera on writing. And then writing and the science of well-being from me. So it's funny because all of a sudden all of these skill sets I'm trying to learn just came together. And I'm like, oh, wait, I'm in a room full of art materials. I don't have an excuse.
Nice. We're seeing that. I call that a COVID silver lining, CJ.
Yes.
You make chicken soup out of chicken talkie. Again, it's on Amazon, guys. It's a free download for today. I think we got the link. We'll put it up in the comments if that's cool. Right on. CJ,
Yes,
any other kids' books you working on?
Oh man, as I'm working on this, I'm making notes on
Right.
other books. Like even the biggest question when I go to the States, where is Guam? I mean, that could be that could be a cute book, right?
Right. Where is Guam trademark, CJ? He's got that one already, guys. Stay away.
There you go.
Social distance from that idea.
Well, we're working on something for kids too, so I'm sure we'll be in contact pretty soon, CJ.
Yes, please.
Right on.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you,
Hey, take it
Thanks,
easy.
Chris.
Wash your hands. Stay home, brother.
All right, brother.
Okay, we'll see
Take
you.
care.
9:58. Good job today, Sabrina.
Good job, Chris. Good job, guys. Joe, sir, Ken,
Jason, Engineer, Master Control. Of course, we got your 6 with the KUAM and news team.
For those of you who missed that interview, though, that we did with Willie Brennan and his daughter, Sharti, please, we're going to make that available for you in about 20 minutes.
Asking for that one.
Yeah.
On YouTube. It's a story that you really want to watch and hear and listen.
And share, please.
Yes, and share.
Yeah, and sure. Thank you guys so much for your support on this Monday. Of course, we'll have more of the link tomorrow. Who's coming on off the bat? We're going to get the Vigilance Committee. If they've written gave the senators a nice scolding about transparency and
With the Physicians Advisory Group.
right, with the
and their
Physicians
meeting.
Advisory Group. Yeah, this is an interesting thing, Bree, because they've had a ton of meetings, and we always get Dr. Ho on like the day after to tell us what happened in the meetings.
Right, but I think what the
Vigilance
group,
Committee.
group. I should know this.
I
know.
you're
I almost said
mixing up that
vigilante.
Kenosha
The
stuff
Vigilance
with it.
group.
Yeah.
They cited law where advisory groups, should be subject to. These meetings should be public.
Right. And then also, minutes, we don't see anything from that. And, it's crazy, Bree, that I'm embarrassed to say I never even really thought about that. And I guess it's because we've always had the doctors on to kind of unpack what went on in those meetings. But yeah.
we had asked, I remember, like, hey, can we get in on these Zoom meetings? Can we listen in? Can we participate? But the answer was no.
Yeah. So I'm curious what the administration has to say. Maybe we could try and get Carlo or somebody on to come and talk about
that and the budget.
why they feel that these meetings should be
private
and kept from the public. All right. So that, and we have Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio for his standing Tuesday appointment. I know he's in the press conference last week. It still sounded like he was having. Still didn't sound 1,000%. So I know we're getting him tomorrow.
And that's another story you should share and go to our YouTube channel and watch. That was another powerful interview.
Right.
On his recovery journey.
And if you don't want to search all over the place and everything, there's actually a playlist that just says the link, and you can find all of our interviews there.
Nice. There's a great way to pass the time and stay home. Watch the link over and over and over and over and over again. Thank you, Bree. What? I'm just saying, watch the link.
Over and over.
And over and over again. Get your kids. Hey, this is your homework.
A lot of valuable information
Keep
here.
pressing refresh, kids. Let's go. Get them plays. Let's go. Hey, First Hawaiian Bank, Cabo Enterprises,
doing work.
and IT&E. Good
They get
job.
no break.
Hey, to our link team, thanks for getting the show out there. And again, guys, most especially to you, the people of Guam, here for this. My name is Chris. Está. Adios.
Bye.